Jannie,
Richard, how are you doing, my friend?
good on yourself. How was your weekend?
It was great, man. Great. Richard Dennis. Do you know Richard Dennis, one of the trading turtles?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Are you related to him? Are you
No, I
related to him?
wish. Probably making more money of selling books, I suppose.
Richard Dennis. I came across Richard Dennis in that very popular book, The Market Wizards. I'm sure you're familiar with
Hmm.
that book.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Must read.
Yeah, so let's have a look to see. Okay, the market's open in 15 minutes time. That's the NASDAQ, obviously, or the
Hmm.
US, the New York session. But let's have a look
Hmm.
at the charge. Charge? What am I talking about? The
Charge.
charts. The charts. The charts. Yes, the charts. Okay. So this is the NASDAQ. We on Friday we finally closed above the 200 EMA. So today we are having just a bounce off the 200 EMA. So we'll see what happens. I'm expecting this to bounce back up because I'm still bullish up until this resistance level here. So we'll
Hmm.
see what happens. But if you look at the smaller time frames, yeah, you can just see the pre-market action here, pretty sideways. And we've got S1 below there, so we'll see what happens. But I think we're going to bounce to the upside. I'm just going to wait for the first 15 first 15 minutes to get out of the way. I don't like to place trades during the first 15 minutes, as you probably know,
Uh-huh.
and just to see what's going to happen there. But I'm expecting an update just based on what I just showed you. Yeah, right. And also,
Yeah.
like, if you look at that candle there, there's like that flat bottom candle. Flat bottom candle means it's got no upper wick.
Yeah.
It just kind of immediately went down for the day, and now it's right on the 200 EMA, so we could get a bounce off to at least the open of today. All right, so we'll see what happens. Okay, and then I'll just like if I can get a setup, and then obviously I'll take it, but I just need two of these three times to line up. And then on the 1 minute time frame, just to break out and retest, or maybe a bounce of support on the 1 minute time frame. That's when I'll be interested in taking a trade. So that's what I see on the Nazi. But yeah, it's going to be a while. It's only 13 minutes before the markets open, and another 15 minutes to get the first candle out of the way.
Yeah.
So that's the Nasdaq. The pound US dollar. Wow. Now look at the pound US dollar. Friday we had NFP, as you know, and I thought it was a pretty weak NFP. If this was the NFP candle right here, so a bit of a doji there, and then the next candle pushed up. It couldn't even get past the 38.2, and then came all the way back down to the support level. Yeah, but today we clearly moving to the upside. I'm still
Yeah.
bearish on the pound US dollar. I just don't think right now is a good time to do anything. It's just not a good time to do anything. I like to take trades off, key levels. So for me, the key level will be either the 50 or the 61.8, the Fibonacci retracement level, and then I'll see how price behaves at those levels, but on the 4-hour time frame, nothing smaller. Because the smaller time frames can really trick you into a position, and then if you don't look at the longer time frames, then you're just going to keep getting stopped out,
Yeah.
right? You're just going to keep getting take the next trade. I mean, even if you go to the 15-minute time frame, right? See that little engulfing candle there coming off a resistance. I mean, you'd be very tempted to get in there, right?
Yeah. So
Technically
you would
speaking,
wait for a reversal type candle from the key level that you what?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like yes, exactly. Like if you take these kind of setup, like whatever it is, right? Double tops, double bottoms, or engulfing candles coming off resistance. If you take those setups on smaller time frames and you don't pay attention to what's going on the longer time frames in terms of
Okay.
like where are you trading right now? Are you at
Mm.
a key level, or are you just taking this trade in the middle of kind of nowhere? Arcus
Yeah.
FX, hey man, good to see you. Good to see you. I saw your video. Very good stuff. Anyway, yeah, so like I like to trade off those key levels. So that's just how I trade. I don't like to trade here in the middle of nowhere. But this pound US dollar. So as I said, like I would like to see what happens here at the 50 and this or the 61.8, and then it needs to clearly reject off that level very similar to what it did here on the weekly resistance, right? Like that's the weekly resistance. You kind of wait for it to reject, and that's when you're going to go, okay, it's clearly rejecting of that level, and now you can start to focus on smaller time frames for entries. Okay, so right now for me, the pound US dollar is on ice for now. It's just on ice. But if you look at, I've got another one here, another not a time frame, another chart that's just clean. If you look at the weekly time frame, see that's a pretty strong reversal candle, and this new week started pretty strong, just in one direction. So yeah, I think for now, like I understand first of all that this can just pierce through. Where's that other chart? I understand that it can just pierce through, and we can test the previous highs. I get that, but you need to have some sort of bias and a reason why you want to take the trade. So these are the levels of interest, and if we look at the dollar index, this dollar index here. This is the weekly support level. So the weekly time frame, it's a pretty strong time frame. And we broke through, this is 2 weeks ago. It looked like it was just going to crash through the support level, but it reversed. So that's a really strong reversal right up to that support level. And the week after, we broke through that resistance, because obviously that was support, broke through. Now that's resistance. We broke through that. We're above that, but this is now coming back down again, but it's Monday. It's Monday. So this is a brand new candle. So by the end of the day, this candle will be 20% through, its formation. So for me, the point where this will be invalidated is if this bullish hammer, this really strong candle, if that gets taken out, then I'll go, all right, okay. I think that's it, right? And then I'll focus on the pound US dollar and look for longs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So if you go back to the weekly resistance, if we just go right back up there, then I don't think it's just going to break out. We can probably get another retracement. But the levels of interest for me really now, as I've mentioned now several times, and I'll mention it again, is the 50 and the 61.8. Ideally, the 61.8. It's just a stronger resistance.
Yeah, look, if it goes to 61.8, Jannie. And it's like, it rejects to the downside. It probably almost got a head and shoulders pattern by the looks of it.
Yeah, look, I was right down at this level. This was now on Friday. I mentioned that because we're trading right there, it's not a good time to place any trades, because you are at that like junction where price can either just break out lower, and then if you zoom out, then that would be a confirmed double top. That's the first scenario. The second scenario is can just find support there and just reject back to the upside, and now you're in a range.
Yeah.
So, sure. But yeah, you're right. If we can get a rejection of the 61.8, then I don't think that the double top is not in play anymore. But as you just said, the head and shoulders, or a bit of a hunchback kind of head and shoulders like that. Then that would be, then that's also in play. So we'll see what happens. But I think at least like if we do get the 61.8, then if you look again on the pound US dollar, then the probability is definitely there for it to at least come back to the open of the week. I don't suggest it's going to go much further or anything like that. But I still am hoping for Christmas, which is this level here, that 1.30125. It may be a bit of a tough ask. We'll see. We'll see what happens. If the dollar can just gain strength in the short term and give us that level, if we can get that level, I've said this before, this will make for such a beautiful trade to the upside. It will be a huge
upside.
Yeah, but I don't always get the levels I wait for, sadly. Sometimes this could very well just go. And I think gold is actually a very good example. So if you look at gold, I was waiting for the 3166 level, and it just kind of bounced off. If you look at the 4-hour time frame, you see that you can actually mark this low as well as this level there. So it kind of just found support in that zone and then just bounced off. So gold is also not on the cup. That's a very good example of me waiting for a level and just I don't get it, and that's fine.
Maybe you will get it. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe I'll still get it. But sometimes I do get it. Like Bitcoin is a very good example of a level that I was waiting for that I did get. So that was the monthly support level, right? And we were trading up here somewhere, and I was waiting for it. So we had to wait quite a while for Bitcoin to go all the way down here. And that one I did get. So when I do get it, it makes for a great trade. And there's your confirmed double bottom. Okay, it breaks the neckline, closes above the neckline. So that was okay. It's game on. Okay, you've got a monthly support just below you, and I waited for the retracement. I just used FIP levels. It came to the 50, well, between the 50 and the 61, and then that's what you want to see. You want to see price struggling there and then reversing away from it.
Yeah.
You don't just press the button when it gets there. But you see, this is an exact example of something that does go to my level, and when it does, my target was 94,000. So see, that's the entry. That was a beautiful trade. So when you do get those levels, then they do make for really, really nice trades, but you don't always get them. So you got to be a bit patient. And you know, if it just moves away from you without you getting anything, suck it up, buttercup. Wait for the next one. Wait for the next one. So yeah.
There
So
will
anyway,
always
that's
be more opportunities. That's for sure.
Yes, it's not worth chasing these. You know, especially like right now. Yeah, for me,
So
this is in the middle of nowhere.
That's more like a swing trade type of style, right? So let's say you do get a rejection. Let's take the pound US dollar, for example, and you get a rejection at a 50 or 61% retracement. Then you said you go down to the 15-minute and you want, or a 4-hour, to get a proper reversal type candle from it. And then do you place a trade or an order underneath that candle for extra price confirmation, or you just enter?
No, I will look at smaller time frames and see if I can find something, right? So for example, let me show you. So it's a gold, for example, right? So the previous support level was here, right? So now once price gets close to that level, that's when I look at smaller time frames to see if I can get a pattern or maybe an engulfing candle or something like that I would typically look at for to place a trade. But it must be at a key level. So let's have a look. Yeah, so here we're getting close to the support level. That's the level of interest. So you're on the 4-hour time frame. Let me show you. Let's have a look. Okay, you see that? There's your double bottom, and then you break the neckline. So that is so here we're getting close. Okay, you probably get an alert. Yeah, very difficult to place a trade there, but on the smaller time frames you can see. Maybe I don't even know what's on the 1 hour. So that's basically on the 1 hour you can see it. It's more clear. Yeah, you see that very nice double bottom. Okay, and then it takes off, but it's based off a key level. Yeah, it has to be at a key level on a longer time frame, and then you
not
go to
in the middle of nowhere.
Not in the null, because you just decrease the probability for the trade to work in your favor, like drastically, and you're just better off breaking even. Just better off you're just better off not doing anything. And if you don't get the level, you don't get the level. So you'll do fewer trades, but that is it's less stressful. The probability for the trade to work out is much higher.
Yeah,
it's just there's so many pros and very few cons compared to try to trade this 38.2 now. Like, right, if I'm like, oh, it looks like it's going to go down, and I look at it, oh, look, it's going to reverse there. It may reverse, it may, but I will not take something like this ever.
No,
the 38.2 is too weak.
Yeah,
the 50 is definitely stronger. Yeah. So that's my take on the pound US dollar. We'll see what happens at those levels. And then the last one is Bitcoin. Blip coin. Let's have a look. So Bitcoin is pulling back now. Okay, we've been waiting for a pullback. So hopefully it will come down to this 90.5 level, or perhaps even lower. I think we've got another level here, which is the 19.5, or perhaps the 88,800, something along those lines. But again, what you do at those key levels is you do exactly what I just showed you on gold. You don't just enter the trade. Now you want to look for some sort of confirmation that it's probability is very high now. That's going to definitely move away from that level. So that's how you play it. But if you look at this on the weekly time frame, This, let me just go to where is the weekly? Oh, there is the there. This candle formation here, I've shown this so many times in the sessions. When you get like a very strong bullish candle, and the very next one, you get like a small type of body. It closes inside the wick of the previous candle. That's always a pretty high. Well, that in itself is a setup. Okay, and it's even a more powerful setup if it can come off a key level. So you can even, I'll show you here on so many lines here. Let me show you on, say, the monthly, for example. See, this is an example. Now, during the time as the trade was unfolded, I was explaining this as well. It's like, here's an example right here. You get a very big candle to the downside, and the very next candle, this is the monthly, you get this body closing inside the previous candle's wick. So that's a bullish formation, like just in itself. But we had the monthly support level below that. So I was just waiting for it to come down to the monthly support level and then reverse, and then look for a pattern for it to reverse, which is what I found on the 4-hour time frame, the double bottom, as I showed you. But here's another example. You see, here's another example of that. You get the very strong, it has to be a very strong move in one direction, and then the next candle closes inside the previous candle's wick.
Yeah.
Right. And then, but that by itself is not, it's just like, it's almost like when you stack probabilities in your favor, this is something that you can say, yeah, we've got that as well. You see what I mean? It's not just something that's any good all on its own. So, so that is basically what we're getting right here on the weekly time frame as well at the moment. See, very strong candle to the upside, and then very just close. Yeah. Yes, and this is also a resistance zone. So this is not just a formation all by itself. It's at a key resistance level as well.
Yeah.
So if we can get it lower, if this can pull back, if Bitcoin can pull back and form a really nice, decent higher low, then that would be great. That would be great for Bitcoin, and then you can look for another opportunity to go long. But right now, I'm also not interested in Bitcoin. Okay, it's not really at a level of interest right now. So I would like this to go lower to the level.
Yeah, if you go back to the weekly there, I mean, that's also pretty that large range body candle there. Also left, as we would call the fair value gaps, a lot of people tend to follow as well.
Yeah. You mean over
so
here?
Where price is currently, if it's going to test it, there's at least a really good chance that it will test the previous day's low, if you know what I mean. If you look at data, if you can fine-tune entries. So I think there's a very high probability, at least, of that occurring.
That's right.
Interesting. But yeah, I'm also thinking still quite a bit lower there on Bitcoin. I think.
If you get lower. So Bitcoin's either going to find support or it's going to go to zero. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It's going to go to zero. We'll see what happens.
Sure.
But yeah, so I am in terms of the pound, US dollar, and Bitcoin. I'm in the waiting camp. I'm just waiting for it to go to a level of interest. It's not there right now. So I'm more likely than not going to place a trade on either of these markets today. We'll see what tomorrow looks like. I don't know if there's any. I know it's a bank holiday in the UK.
Yeah, we got ISM services PMI 10. Then it's relatively quiet the rest of the week. Only Wednesday, I think, is where the major news comes. The federal funds rate, and then also the FOMC statement, as well as a press conference. That's at 2 and 2:30 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday. And then it's pretty much clear for the rest of the week. That's now for the indices, I would say, US markets.
Yeah.
But you got on the pound, you got on Thursday, Bank of England's monetary policy report, summary, MPC official bank rate votes, and official bank rate. Unemployment claims on Thursday out of the US, but I don't know if any of these numbers really do much these days, to be honest.
No, they haven't. I mean, the reaction to most high impact news events has just been
pretty muted.
Yeah, it's not nearly the reaction. We'll see what happens with core CPI. The last core CPI was just dead. We got nothing.
Non-event.
It was like not even building permits, like new home sales or something. It was like market just didn't care. So yeah, but you're right. So this Thursday and Friday we have a speech. Government Bailey speaks. Okay, well, and that's pretty much it. So you're right. So Wednesday is when things can potentially pick up. So maybe we'll get that really nice retracement, and then we'll see. Hopefully, I get my level, and then a clear rejection of that level. But that's those are the that's my take on the NASDAQ and the pound US dollar and Bitcoin. The market has been open for 5 minutes, and we are pushing higher. Okay. Yeah. So,
right, Jannie, let me just quickly jump in there. I'll show my charts. We're looking at crude on my side today as well as the
sure.
SPX 500. We've got about 10 minutes before that first 15 minutes is over, and then maybe hopefully get a setup on your side if things work out. Obviously, we're not here to force things.
Okay, where's your?
But let me just bring that up. Oops, I took it away as you put me on there. All right, so S&P 500 or the SES. I've been looking at this chart last week with during the morning sessions, and very, very basic technical analysis point of view that we were looking at here. That price was here from the 25th to the 29th, stuck at this previous areas where we had support, turned into a little bit of resistance. We had a fair value gap there. Price halted, very boring, sideways towards upwards, a little bit grinding to the upside. And then last week, Wednesday, we had a beautiful, strong breakout to the upside. As we had the morning session, price also retested this downward sloping trend line, almost to the T. Then went all the way up, closed above it, and my thinking then was, if this does happen, keep an eye on it. We might be heading to this lower high, 5729, 5730, whatever the case might be. So that could still be on the cards. So very nice, strong, bullish push above there. And yeah, so that's just an update for those that were looking at this chart last week. We have to bring things back to the smaller time frame, the 5 minute, and with my strategy that I follow, obviously the morning liquidity sweep. Price on the SPX been running sideways in a range. All right, so we would like to see, or I would like to see, a break of these lows over here, followed by a reversal to the upside, break of price structure, fair value gaps, all those goodies that I always talk about. And then that could potentially give me a trade to go long. If that does occur, this could potentially be a really nice target on the upside, which is the overnight session high around about 5660. Slightly below there. I'm just being very general here at the moment. Alternatively, on the flip side, should price break above that and then give me a reversal lower, then I'll be happy to actually short the SPX 500. Crude oil sat with one heck of a gap here. I think it's nearly $3, all the way from $58 at the close of Friday to the start of yesterday's futures open on Sunday, 55.62. So yeah, a pretty large gap. What is that? $2.60 or something like that. And price has since been pushing higher. So I would say if we can clear above today's overnight session high, which currently resides about 57.40, looks like it might be trying to do that, then we might get a move upwards to fill this gap. Again, we had a lot of questions about these gaps previously from members, and it's not necessarily that they will get filled the next day. You never know. But quite often they will get filled. You just can't ever tell when exactly. But since we are sitting here with a gap, that is a potential trade idea to take along and see if price can fill this gap. Whether that's going to happen today, tomorrow, this week, who knows? All right, so I don't know where my vertical lines have gone, but we are in the 9 o'clock mark. Remember, I like trading between 9 and 11. What am I doing here? Let me just get the right tool. There we go.
There we go.
So that's 9 o'clock and 11 o'clock. And last week, we actually had quite a few nice reversals on all these markets that I follow. And when Jannie's not on, I also follow the NASDAQ from time to time. where we had beautiful reversals during that time zone. So still got about 5 minutes for the first 15 minutes of the opening range to take shape, and we'll see where price is going to be heading towards. So really not much to do on my side. It's just very simple. It's still Monday. Sometimes Mondays can be quite quiet. Who knows? Sometimes not. But generally speaking, they are. So I'll be watching things on my side. If we can clear this 57.42-ish area, which is the overnight high, then I won't necessarily be bearish. I think it's still quite close to where this gap started from. So that might be a bullish move into there. To the downside, we're sitting with a cluster of lows that occurred at these little high lows over here, and very close to today's current low, around about the 55.60-ish level. So the price is just way far from there to actually think we're going to get there during this session, if we do get there during the session. But if price was somewhere around here, swipes those lows, or these clusters of lows, gets reversal back upwards, and I would have been happy to go along. But I'm not sure if crude oil is going to give a potential setup here today, maybe on the S&P 500. So that's what I'm looking at, those two markets. Again, it's looking at the morning liquidity sweep type of strategy. You want these levels to be run, and as they call it, have a liquidity grab or whatever, you sweep or whatever you want to call it, and then followed by reversal, and then trade in the opposite direction. That's it from my side. Sort of like in the middle of that range, slightly towards the lower end on the SPX 500. What's the NASDAQ doing?
Well, it's doing what it's typically doing, or usually does, and that is it opens, it looks very convincing, and then towards the end of the 15-minute candle, it just reverses on you. And that's exactly why I wait for the first 15 minutes to get out of the way. But we are, like it's now. We'll see. I just want to see how it behaves. I may take a little. Let me just. Do you mind if I just share my screen here?
Sorry, I'm just
what am I doing?
My phone on silent. Forgot to do that.
Okay, let's have a look. Okay, so there is now. Okay, so that's the support level. We've got a half an hour and the 1 hour is still bullish. So if this can, don't go so far. Don't go so far. If it's going to follow through on the new candle, I will take this trade. See, it bounces off the support level. Okay, nice. So let's see if this one's going to work. Yeah.
Was that the pivot level, the blue line?
No, that's a support level. That's a support level. The VWAP is up here.
I see. Oh, all the way up there. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically,
on the other side, or you got your bracket order set there?
I do the bracket order, yeah. Nice. So basically, like if you just focus on the 3 time frames here, I've explained. I try to explain it every single time we do this. But when you have the setup here, you've got the 15-minute, the half an hour, and the 1 hour, right? So I need 2 out of the 3 time frames to give me a bullish candle. So this reversal looked like quite scary, but never lose sight of what's going. Okay, there, just to profit on that. Yeah,
very nice one. Quick.
Yeah, but they repeat themselves. It's a very reliable strategy, but you have to look at multiple time frames. Yeah. So in this case, we had on the 1 hour time frame, you look at the last closed candle. So the last closed candle, this one is obviously still busy forming. The last closed one is bullish. The last closed one on the half an hour is also bullish, and the last closed candle on the 15-minute is also bullish. So the bias is bullish.
Yeah.
And now
is
you
that
just
the
look
point of control, Leon? Is that a
this
very close?
Yeah.
Even on the 15-minute there, we got quite a large.
Why is it looking so shaky? But but what you want to do then is, like, once you have your bias, and then just on the 1 minute time frame, it just support resistance, right? So it bounced off support. Right. I was actually watching it when it was at the 1 standard deviation VWAP, and I was like, is it going to find support there? No, it's not. Okay. It goes to the next level. That's the support level there. And that's when you start to pay attention. right? So
And then you
wait
still
for
wait for the reversal type of candle, yeah? Even on the level.
I want to get a bullish candle at least, and then the next
Mm.
candle needs to break that close candle's high, and then
Very
that's
nice.
where you take that. And now that's VWAP, right?
Yeah.
So you can take your profit there as well. You see, so that's just that is how it works. How's things looking on your side? I'll just wait for I'll see if I can get another setup. But obviously this one is played out now.
Yeah, it's really nothing on my side, Jannie. We're still stuck in a range there.
Stuck in the range.
Stuck in a small range.
Okay, the pound US dollar is finding resistance at that 38.2, but as I've already mentioned, that's not a good time to enter, as I don't like it. I would rather if it does reverse from this level and it breaks this low, and then like, okay, from this point I'll start to focus on things like retests and so on.
Okay.
There's no, I honestly don't believe there's such a thing as a missed opportunity. There's just no such thing. Like, because if you feel like you're going to miss out, that's where FOMO kicks in and over trading, and
absolutely
your head is just not where it's supposed to be. So just wait for the key levels. They'll come. Like, just like when you scroll back on your charts and you go, oh, look at that beautiful opportunity. Yeah. You see, you just need to wait for that. So yeah, on the NASDAQ, what I'm going to wait for now is we're close to that resistance level. So we'll see if we can maybe break out there and get a retest. And then we've got the one standard deviation, which is also the pivot point right above it. But right now, it's kind of struggling here at the VWAP. But I still think if you look at the daily time frame, you see we just bounced off that 200 EMA.
Yeah.
And as I've mentioned earlier, we've got that flat bottom candle. In other words, there's no wick, there's no upper wick, so the probability is definitely there for it to trade to that level, which is over here is basically that level there, that 2277. This is on the June contract. So it can so I would look for opportunities all the way up. That doesn't mean it is gonna go there. That's just kind of like potential, right?
Yeah.
And I definitely won't, like when you scalp, I won't leave a trade open for it to go all the way there, because it can go like halfway and reverse and they stuck. Scalping's got a very different approach to swing trading, obviously, and there's also different with intraday trading. Like intraday trading, I'll focus on, if I'll heavily focus on if I just want to be in the trade for the day, the ATR plays a very big role. So I will look at what is the ATR on the daily, right? So the ATR on the daily there are two values. There's a 2 and a 14. So the black line is the 2, and that just kind of shows you that the hi there.
Is it the 2-day average on your 2 there?
No, yeah, this is the ATR. So there's the 2 period and the 14 period. So the 2 period is just obviously it's a lot quicker than the 14, and it can help you to show you that actually the ATR right now is slower than what the 14 suggests, because the 14 obviously takes, it's 14 daily candles. So if you get a big move, it's not immediately going to show in your 14 ATR. It's gonna it's because it's an average of the last 14, so it's going to increase a little bit. But the 2 is very quick, so you can just very quickly see whether you're above or below it. So when you below it, like over here, this period, then typically the candles itself is also pretty, you're in a range or smaller than usual, below average. But if I want to take profit, that's what I was going to get to. If I want to take profit on, and I'm just in the day, I'm in a trade and I take a long or whatever, then I want to know how much the candle has moved so far for the day. So you can see here on the left-hand top corner, these indicators are all free, right? You can just download them online. But this just counts how many pips this has moved from the high to the low. So that's a 79, 80 pip move today so far, right? Now the ATR, the 2 is 75, and the 14 is 93. So let's go with the 14 for this case. Okay, so that's a 78, 79 pip move that we had so far. So if you see something lining up on the 15-minute time frame, for example, and you want to take a long position, you always need to look at how much the candle is already moved for today.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you see like, oh, this is going to break out, but you've already kind of moved the average of the day, then the probability is very low for it to move another 50 or 60 pips.
Even more. Yeah, it's already potentially run its course.
Yeah, and I'm talking specifically now about intraday trading, right?
Yeah.
It's swing trading is different, but even then on swing trading, I will also look at longer time frames. I'll look at the ATR. Say, for example, on the monthly, the longer out you go, obviously the bigger the ATR. So the ATR on the monthly on the pound US dollar is 438 pips.
Jeepers.
Yeah. See, that's where the money is, ladies and gentlemen. You need to focus on longer time frames. And if you can time it on smaller time frames by focusing on key levels, that sort of stuff, then you can really increase the probability of you actually catching that trade. But anyway, I was just going to say, like with the ATR can really help you to in intraday trading to avoid setups that looks like it's going to break out, but actually you've already moved the ATR, so the potential is gone. You want to take a trade that's about to break out when ATRs only move 20 or 25%, maybe 30% of the day. They've got that potential, you see, for the trade to trade into that ATR.
Gotcha.
So that was a long.
How's the NASDAQ looking on your side? Is it coming down a bit?
It found resistance there.
Hey, Willie, prove it. How are you doing?
Willie,
sorry, got a question.
Willie, prove it. I love it. I love it. Prove IT. It's probably Prove IT, but it's a very clever name. I like it.
Very nice.
The pound US dollar. Maybe you just joined. I'll just quickly just go there. Yeah, for now I'm just neutral. I'm waiting for the 50 or the 61.8, and then I want to see a really nice rejection. My bias is still short for now, but if we can't find resistance there, then I'll just stand back and see, and just wait for one candle at a time to unfold, and maybe look for some sort of pattern or story to unfold before I can make a decision, right? So I don't really like to predict anything further than the levels I'm waiting for. It's so many things can happen.
Yeah.
So for now, I'm just waiting for the 50 or the 61.8, and my bias is short, because again, I feel the dollar index could potentially retrace even further before it really comes down. Because I still think the dollar is going to experience some weakness over the long term. But it would be good if we can get some sort of relief. Okay, this has been melting down since the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
In one straight direction. So that's my take. Willie, prove it. I'm neutral right now. I'm just waiting for, again, I'm waiting for the 50 or the 61.8. And then hopefully we can get a rejection on the 4-hour time frame. And then I'll probably go short. Hope that helps. Okay, so see, we just bounced here off VWAP. Okay, so I may take another one if it breaks that high. But it needs to break the high.
Yeah.
So the VWAP is also a support level. Let's see if we can get that one. Come on. No, it doesn't want to give it to me. See, if it doesn't hold that VWAP, then you could just then you also need to pay attention to the longer time frames, right? Like just make sure that the bias is still holding. Or, you know what I mean?
Will you wait for still a break of that bullish candle, or did the next one negate it? Or do you want to enter directly?
No, I'll still wait, because this one standard deviation is holding.
Gotcha.
So it just needs to kind of retrace off there to the upside. We'll see. Usually I won't. Okay. Oh. Okay. So there we go. So let's see if we can get this one. Let's see. Come on, Nazi. I believe in you. You can do it. I always speak to my I always talk to my trades. Let's have a look. How many seconds? Okay, there's like 5 seconds left in this candle. All right. So why is this? The bias still valid? It's because, right, again, the last closed candle is bullish on the 15-minute. Last closed candle on the half an hour is bullish. Last closed candle on the 1 hour is bullish. So now on the 1 minute time frame, you look for setups that lines up with that. That doesn't mean you're not going to have any losses, or okay, this is now point of control. This is now VWAP. So that's also obviously a resistance area. But the setup is good, right? It's based on everything I look at. So we'll see if this one works out.
Came close.
Yeah, it is a bit rough, but even on the daily, I'm biased. As I showed you, it was bouncing off the 200 EMA, and I do think we could potentially go to today's open. Right?
Yeah.
Come on! Can we all kind of cheer? Come on, Nazi! Okay, it's very close now. All right, it's getting pretty close. Come on! Ugh. Those are the worst ones. Remember, I think we actually had a session together where the price, it was coming, it got so close and it just violently reversed. But I mean, I'll reduce my stop loss here just a little bit. I go there. I don't like to move it to break even, especially when it's like this rough, because it can obviously, yeah.
Well, the NASDAQ showing a little bit more earlier strength, where the SPX is still catching up a bit.
All right, getting there. Just give me that little push. Come on. Like this is the thing about scalping, right? It's just like the 1 minute time frame. But
come on,
all right, there
nice.
we go. There we go. So that's trade number 2. We'll see if we can get anything else.
Do you keep going or do you normally happy with like 2-3 trades, or especially if they're runners? How do you handle that?
No, just like the first hour and a half. So really the first hour and 15 minutes, because obviously I don't trade the first 15 minutes. But then no, I'll just there's a loss limit. Like the loss limit is 3 losses in a row.
Yeah, I'm the same.
And then if I get 3 losses in a row, then I'll stop. Or if I'm like, but if the setups is there, I'll take it. Some days are frustrating because you'll have a winner and then the next one's a loss, and then the next one's a winner and then the next one's a loss.
Yeah,
like you go back and forth, but that's no different to. You see, now we're breaking out, yeah. So now I just want to get like a bit of a more of a just carry on. See, I don't like it when it just dips below and then moves on. See, this is not a retest for me. I'll show you now what if we can get it, you'll know what I mean.
Yeah.
But a retest is typically like it needs to kind of break maybe 3-4 candles and it comes back down, and there's almost like a bit of space between. You can almost like fit like a flask or something in that space. That it needs to kind of. I wonder if I can. There's an example. Okay, this is not the greatest example, but this is what I mean. Like you get that breakout and then that retest. This is a little bit too far, but you see that little space there. That's what I mean when I say space. If I can get that, then see what it's doing right now.
Rather than just a sharp reversal, so a bit more of a
yeah. So
don't be set by flask.
Yeah. So all right, we'll see if we can get something else. But right now, okay, there's like 40 seconds left and the new hour starts. So the new hour, that's like a little demon all on its own, right? It also needs to form lower wicks, and so it can potentially go lower to the VWAP first, or if it just breaks out again, I just wanted to retrace and give me that retest. So now you've had 2 examples now. The first one was of an actual support level. The second one was of 1 standard deviation, which is also a support level. You see, it's just support resistance. So
Yeah.
the VWAP with the 1 and the 2 standard deviations, they also serve as support resistance level. Damn. Okay, that's a news event.
That's a nice pump. That's a 10 a.m. What's his name? BMI, wasn't it?
Yeah. So that was the ISM.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get hopefully we can get a retest. If it's just going to take off, then we probably won't get it. But that's a bit rough.
I'll be
That's a
watching
bit
that
rough.
because it does look like
It's a bit rough.
we want to go higher here.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get something. Yeah. Hopefully it will kind of just come back. Yeah. That will be ideal. Okay, I completely forgot about the news. I mean, you mentioned it right in the beginning of the session, but I'm talking so much. I
was hanging on your lips. I forgot as well.
All right, this is now just piercing through. Okay, but that's okay. Well, that was the reason. What do you call it? The breakout didn't quite get the reset. See, that's the 2 standard deviation right above. Now, the resistance areas are not good places to take shorts if your bias is long. You don't want to take shorts of resistance areas like over here. Typical example, if you only look at the 1 minute time frame, you're going to try and go short here, and you're going to see, oh, that's the 1 standard deviation. Let me go short there, and you'll just keep getting chopped up. You must look at longer time frames to get a bias, and this bad boy is going to just pierce through by the looks of it. Let's hopefully it will come back down. And if it does, we'll see how it behaves at the one standard deviation. But yeah, what is the result of that news event anyway?
51.6 versus forecast 50.2.
All right.
So about 1.4.
51.6. Yeah, it's stronger. Okay. And what does that mean for? Look at that. Okay, so obviously still not interested. Okay, it's not at a key level. I will not be interested in these moves.
What was that? 38.2. Yeah,
that was the 38.2. Yeah, but my buy is definitely short, as I said.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to see if I can get a third trade. The 15-minute, which is so far away. All right, we could potentially pierce through there. I just want to see how it behaves. If we can get the 1 standard deviation, which is also right at the pivot point. You see that?
Oh.
Right at the pivot point there. Will he prove it? At that point, my heart goes like gim. Yeah. Like, you mean like your heart beats like you're being chased by a lion? Is that what you mean? Yeah, I know. If that's how you feel, you're trading too big, my friend. You need to trade smaller. All right. Can we get a pullback to the 1 standard deviation? Come on, man.
Absolutely nothing happening on my side. All the actions with you today, Jannie.
Yeah, well, I think I just want to show for people who haven't seen it, right? You don't always get a bias on the daily, but this was pretty, you're getting right off that 200 EMA, and we closed above it. So, and again, I think we can break the high of today. So that should present potentially a couple of opportunities. But I think if I place another trade and that's a loss, I'll probably stop for this session.
Yeah.
All right. So, okay, there we go. Okay, so that's 1 standard deviation. All right, let's see how it behaves there. Okay. Let's see. Oh, that's support. See, it needs to sometimes what happens is you get right to that level, and you're waiting for the bullish candle, and then the bullish candle ends up being something like this, and it's it's gone. It's it needs to form something like that trade I took there, or this trade I took here. And the ATR is also important, but we're definitely within range. Like during that time with the what do you call it? The tariffs. Okay, right. We're back to that support level.
That's a strong push lower now.
It is, yeah. But we'll see if we can find support there. Remember, the bias is still bullish. The current candles can very easily throw you. So I always look at the last close candle. But I am aware of the fact that it just bounced off resistance on the 15-minute. But now it's if it doesn't found, it needs to reverse. There we go. Okay, but I still need to wait for the candle to close. Come on, Nazi, give me one more. Give me one more. Okay, another half a minute. Just don't move away from me, please. You see? It's okay. I'll still take it. I'll still take it. We're in the live stream. Might as well just take it. Okay. Now, but this is like exactly what I'm waiting for, right? I wanted to wait for how price behaves at the 1 standard deviation, just crashed straight through it. Now it's coming back here. So that on that support level and with a bias of it being long. Okay. So I'm going to get ready here. It just needs to pierce through. The new candle needs to break that high. And it also needs to hold that low. So let's see. Don't do that. Go back up. Go back up. You'll get used to it. I always talk to the market. I'm a great motivator for my own trades. I motivate my trades. All right, let's see if it can break that. Doesn't want to do it. No. Doesn't want to do it. It's not over yet. Well, it's about 15 seconds. You see, now it breaks that high. That low. Sorry. Are we just going to stay below there? Yeah. Okay. This trade is dead. I'm not going to place anything there. So it was that final confirmation of the new candle has to break the previous candle's high. Is such a small part, but it's crucial because it can just never do that, and then you just never took the trade, just like right now. So if I just entered the trade there, this certainly would have been a loss. Okay, so now there's not really. Okay, so what that is VWAP. VWAP, I don't like to trade off VWAP. VWAP is more like a take profit area for me. Yeah, you see, it's too messy now. It's not clean. This is not clean. I don't like it. Could go up, but I don't like it. Needs to find support and then continue. If it does this, then I'm not interested. Yeah.
No,
will he prove it? Yeah, but that's fine. Like I won't be interested because it's not trading at, it needs to kind of play into my hands kind of thing, right? It needs to do what I wanted to do at the time. But this could very well be a trade. I'm not going to take this one. Okay, so it bounced off the VWAP this time. All right. Another 7 minutes for this 15-minute candle to close. I still think it's going to pierce through, but and there will be better, cleaner opportunities. If you don't get a clean opportunity, just wait. Just wait for the next one. What's the pound US dollar doing? Yeah, you see it's bouncing. Bounce. With the teenagers, like, I'm gonna bounce. Yeah, I still think this is gonna move a little bit higher.
Yeah, I also say at least 50%.
Yeah, minimum 50%, then a rejection from that level. I don't know what Bitcoin's doing. Yeah, Bitcoin is forming just a bit of a tight candle there. Nothing to get excited about. That's the only stuff I look at. Oh, and gold. What's gold doing? This is kind of, yeah. I mean, I mentioned at the beginning of the session, I was waiting for that 3166 level. Didn't get it. But when you do get them, they're beautiful. All right, so let's see. The chart is now a bit scrambled for me. It needs to kind of just reshuffle itself like a deck of cards. Just reshuffle and wait for something clean to develop.
Right, let me just catch up on my charts quick. I've not taken any trades. I would have made a noise if I did. But yeah, very volatile. Price did break above that overnight high here on the SPX 500, I suppose on the NASDAQ as well. And then we had a little sell-off back into the top of where this little range formed. Spiked a little bit below it and might continue higher now. But again, crunch it up and it looks a little bit rangy, right? So
yeah,
not much to do. It's a lot of whipsaw within that that upper area 5660 to lower end 5635. So nothing for me to do here on the SPX. Crude oil, on the other hand, nearly gave me a little bit of a double top here. Would have been nice if we could just take out that high. Fell slightly short of it, and we've seen a pretty strong move lower. Picture perfect look would have been if crude could just do this, oops, and then move lower.
yeah.
Right? Maybe this is all just corrective and we go up again from here, but from a setup perspective, nothing. Although that's a considerable drop lower. Well, I think if we do clear this now, maybe we will see that gap filled, but yeah.
Yeah.
Monday
Sorry.
No,
that's not the Monday blue. That's just neutral Monday. Monday blue is when you have 3 losses. I've had a few of those.
Yeah. I don't know. I remember last week, Monday, I think Yumi opened as well. Well, I took losses on the first 2, and then the third one actually made it all back, but just.
Yeah. That was a nice one. The third
that
trade.
Also happens.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So on the NASDAQ, I'll be interested if it breaks that high. I don't know. I can show you if you want, unless you have something else. But
no, that's it for me. I just wanted to give a bit of an update.
Okay. So the NASDAQ now, you can see, right, it's a bit messier. So I would now wait for something a bit cleaner, and that would be this resistance, if it can break that resistance. Then, because my bias remains bullish. If it can break that, obviously that will be right at the 2 standard deviation. But again, I pay attention to the 2 standard deviation if my bias is long. It's only when I'm short, that's when I start to, then I'll say, okay, that's definitely a resistance area. But yeah, for now, I'm going to just wait for that. That's the next obvious point I'll be interested in. Okay, we can just break that, maybe a retest, that would be great. But for now, we look like we kind of just ranging to the side here on the 1 minute time frame. So just nothing exciting right now. Any questions? Willie, prove it. I love your name, man. That's a very
very cool name.
Willie, prove it. Prove IT. I think it's
Willie, do you trade? What do you trade if you're still around? Pound US dollar?
Yeah, you mentioned the pound US dollar. Probably interested now. Okay, I'm going to patiently wait for this one. Now, would I be interested if this one goes lower to the 1 or to the support level? I may do, yeah, I may, because it's still on here and there. So the support level may be a level of interest as well. So we'll see. It needs to go to the support or the resistance. Support will be better, obviously. But it seems to be very slow now. It's kind of.
If it does go there, Jannie, wouldn't your 15-minute candle then be red?
Yes, it would be, but I still have to remember, I just want 2 out of the 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I just need 2
1
out
hour,
of the 3.
15 and 30 minutes.
Yeah. So if the 15-minute is bearish, the half an hour and the 1 hour is still bullish. But then 15 minutes after that, if this half an hour also closes bearish, now I've got 2. Yeah. See, now it's more bearish than bullish. But gee, on the 1 minute, we're not doing much, are we?
No, we're just running sideways.
It's just it's struggling a bit. So if we can get maybe a little push lower. See that 15-minute. See, this is also the point of control. Sorry, not the point of the pivot points. So I look at the pivot points as well. So the pivot and S1 is a pretty long way away. It's pretty low. Well, yeah. Anyway, I'll just take it one candle at a time, like 1 15-minute or half an hour candle at a time. You squeeze my neck. I can't sneeze now.
Hold it.
Oh
Willie said,
man,
yeah,
it's
he likes it. What? US dollar, Japanese yen. I don't know. Is that
dollar
something you
yen.
follow?
I don't follow the dollar yen. We can have a look. I think it looks. Let's have a look.
That's Igor's territory.
Yeah, like, do you know what? Morning, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
You might just like you've missed two
What's up,
really
bud?
good setups, my friend. You've missed 2 setups.
Why are you so tired, Robert? Are you working shifts or did you party hard?
Yeah. Okay, so goddamn, you're very funny traders. Yeah, thanks for watching, man. Thanks for watching.
Yeah,
Make sure
thanks,
to come
bro.
back.
Well, we have to laugh. We don't want to cry about anything.
Yeah. Okay, well, so I think on the dollar yen, you see, this is very difficult for me. I'll tell you why I only trade the pound US dollar. I'll tell you why. Will he prove it? Is because first of all, the pound US dollar just moves the best. Like in terms of it's very kind of aggressive when it does move, and it respects the levels better than other pairs, in my opinion. And the other thing is, if you focus on, say, the pound US dollar, the euro US dollar, the dollar yen, the dollar CAD, and the dollar Swiss, because they're so correlated and they all have the dollar in them, a move in one of those pairs can very easily influence you in terms of your decision in a different pair.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Mm.
So it's like, oh, the dollar yen is going down, therefore the pound US dollar must go up, and like it hasn't moved yet. And Abby broker e-signal. What is that? Gotam. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. But anyway, so just immediately by looking at this, I can see that we are hitting, we bounced off that support level, pretty strong support level, right? It's 3 touches. And it looks like currently it's coming back down, that's for sure. But I feel like we could potentially see a little bit of a steeper correction first, and before you come down. But you're going to have to focus on, you see, like look here on the 4-hour time frame. That's a support level. You see that? So, I mean, yeah, the thing about just pulling up a chart that you don't follow, for me anyway, is say the pound US dollar. I'm in sync with the pound US dollar because I follow it closely every day, every candle. You're in sync with the market. It's the same with the NASDAQ, really, even though the NASDAQ is on a smaller time frame. So, okay. Sorry, I just want to keep an eye on you because there could be another setup. Yeah, but the pound US dollar, definitely in the long term, I definitely think it's going to go down. Look at the monthly time frame. That definitely has the potential to turn into this lower shadow, for sure. It depends on how you trade it. Do you want to trade it? Is it intraday? Is it swing trading? It can definitely trade into the shadow. There's no doubt. But
And
you're
what
going to
was
have
that on a
to.
weekly or daily?
No, this is the monthly.
Good meat on the bone still there.
Yeah, it could look. It's only the 5th of the month.
Yeah.
It can definitely come lower, but you're just gonna have to. You're gonna have to focus on your different time frames and draw the lines and so on. But I hope that answers your question. Maybe not an answer you were looking for, but I think this month dollar yen is going to move lower. Sir, you from South Africa? You're from South Africa. Both of us, actually.
Yeah.
So, where are you from, Kotam? And will he prove it? Where are you from? Robert is there from. He says, yeah, he didn't sleep much. Robert, I just kind of dragged you on stage. He didn't sleep much. It was weekend. Did you have a rough one? Did you have a rough weekend? Okay, we're moving higher. We're moving higher on the back. Let's see if we can get a breakout there. So, yeah. Robert, you from California? Yeah, you mentioned your clothes was smelling of that the smoke of the Californian fires, didn't you?
Damn, Robert, you sick or something? What's going on? It's not a good way to start the
Not
week.
feeling well. Yeah, don't trade. Don't think you should trade.
Get back in bed if you can.
Yeah, I don't like. I really want to see if we can get a third trade. Yeah, hopefully this will happen. Just a breakout there, and a bit of a retest. Bias remains long. You see now, if again, as I said earlier, if this reverses and we get a bearish candle, that changes everything. But it's holding up. It just needs to break that resistance area. If we can just get a close there, that would be very, very bullish. But it doesn't really want to do that. Yeah, just sit and watch. Get yourself some made lemon and popcorn and enjoy. Yeah.
Look, it's been from Land of the Brave, Namibia.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Around the corner from me, I'm in Cape Town, Billy.
Namibia. Will you prove it?
Gautam's asking, what do you know about hedging? Well, personally, I don't really hedge, to be honest. I do trade options from now and then, from time to time. So their hedging, I would use hedging as like using, different legs in a spread, where one goes long, one goes short, because you can have actually two sort of directions in the market trading options, where one actually hedges you against huge losses or whatever the case might be. And it gives you the opportunity to adjust positions if you got enough time to expiry. But I do know that some traders actually will take multiple trades in different platforms if they're trading the same market like that. But that's not something I do at all.
Yeah, I don't do that either. I have just one position in one direction, and if it doesn't work, I'm out. I don't like. I've messed around with hedging before. It's super stressful. You open another position the opposite direction, and then you got the initial one just stays open for so long, and it can just go against you forever.
Yeah, and then you wonder, should I take it off? It's like, I don't know. I also just prefer to be in one single thing and concentrate on that. And then if I'm right, I'm right. If I'm wrong. Plus, we don't really trade huge size either. I think from what I've seen from you, Jannie. So, if you do take a loss, it's not something you're gonna go cry about either, or
exactly
hurt the pocket that much.
Yeah, look, the thing about if you want to open multiple positions, then it's gonna have to be on swing trading, right? Like, I'll give you an example of that Bitcoin trade I took. Like, if you follow the sessions, you'll know about this trade that I took. Yeah, okay. But I just want to show you. I need to find okay, so when we had this double bottom with, like, if I just zoom out, that was the monthly support. So you don't always, it doesn't always kind of go to that level. It can sometimes just get up like really close, or it can go slightly below it. But you start to pay attention when you're at this level. That's the point. So you get the double bottom, it breaks the neckline, retraces. You use your FIB levels to identify where it can potentially pull back to. So I got into Bitcoin there, right? And then we broke the high from before it started to pull back. And after that, we started to trade outside this diagonal line. So this was a downtrend that formed over a number of weeks, right? This downtrend. So we broke out of that diagonal line. And then
that was nearly 4 months worth of on that downtrend by the looks of it.
Yeah, it was a while. Yeah, it was a while. So now that's position number one. So now we break out here. So we break that high, okay, this high here. We make a new high. We get a pullback, right? And then we break out high again. So I immediately labeled or drew these horizontal lines. That one there, the one that broke before it started to pull back, and then the lowest point of the pullback. So then it moved up further, and then it came back into this support zone. The moment it like stuck his head up above the support level again, I added a second position. Right, this was the resistance area here. Right, resistance area. So it looked like it was going to break out, and then it pulled back, and it came right to the support level here of this range. This was a range.
Break and retest.
Okay. Breakout, and there it retested and come out. There you add your third position. See, so definitely not hedging,
Pyramiding.
but you. Yeah, this is a pyramid scheme.
I think that's what they call it. You pyramid into a trade.
Pyramid scheme trading. No, but now So anyway, that makes more sense, right? Look, but you have a view that comes from a much longer time frame. This is the 4-hour time frame. You can then manage the trade, but the bias and the potential of the trade, where it can potentially go to, comes from higher time frames. Yeah. So then you come lower, so the 4-hour, and you can, you don't just randomly enter or add more positions. They have to make sense. The reason why you enter the trade needs to be independent from the reason of the first trade, because it's a separate trade, and you manage it like as a single trade. But you've got another one open. So now you've got two open. You can reduce that one to break even or whatever. And then you still just have the risk of one trade. And then when that one moves higher and you enter a third trade, you can move them both to break even or cash in, or however you want to play it. But hedging? No, thank you. Not for me. I'm sure there are lots of traders who are successful with that approach, but not for me. I can't. I hate being in a trade that's been going against me for 2 weeks, and I have to keep opening another position. I'm just not good at it. That's all. I'm not saying you can't do it. It's just not. I can't do it.
And Billy was saying, check out that pair. It's weird. What type of wick is that one? Which pair was that, Billy? Was it on the pound US dollar or dollar yen?
Yeah.
There's a lot of up and down here now. Really nothing happening.
Yeah, but the same with the NASDAQ. Just look at the NASDAQ. Like it's just ranging to the side. So there were two good opportunities and then nothing. Go. That pairs where I thought about it. Robert, you thought about it to pass challenges, but then I don't learn anything. I probably don't make money afterwards. Yeah.
And doesn't the hedging it kind of reduces your profit potential as well?
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably best to speak to someone who's successful at it. Look, I'm not. It's not. It's just, I don't. As I said, like I used to mess around with that idea, but it's uncomfortable. It's very. I just prefer to get in, and like if I'm wrong, I'm out, and that's it. I'm neutral. I'm out of the market. I can just wait for the next one.
And you know it almost instantly.
Well, yeah. But or you could just if it doesn't work, that's how much you're going to lose, and that's it, and that's the end of it. But to pass challenges, but I'm trying to understand what you're saying here, Robert. I thought about it to pass challenges, but then I don't learn anything. And you mean in terms of hedging?
Yeah, I think that's what he means.
I don't think you're allowed to hedge. I'm not sure, but I don't think you're allowed to hedge.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, like even on
you open two challenges and go long on one and short on the other account, then maybe that is possible, but I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. You mean like if you have two different prop companies? Yeah, but that's you're looking for a shortcut. That's not the right way to do it.
And then you pull the one thinking it's profitable, then the other one reverses and vice versa, and then I don't know.
It's not worth it. I mean, just try to. But how is it going now these days? I know you mentioned something about the pound US dollar. Did you get burned on the pound US dollar? Did you trade the NFP or what happened there?
I think
What
Robert
happened
trades
with
the NASDAQ as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he trades the NASDAQ, but I think
Yeah.
he was trading the pound US dollar. No, the pound US dollar presented a really nice opportunity last week. Was it the week? Yeah, last week was very good. And then even on NFP day, but not the actual NFP, just before that.
Yeah.
But you see, this is the thing about, say, when you have a bias, like we can have the same bias about something. Say, short pound US dollar, for example, that's our bias, but execution, that's a different kind of skill set, right?
Yeah.
So I can have 3 losses, and then finally the fourth one works, and you just have one trade and yours just works the first time. Our bias are exactly the same, but our results are very different.
Yeah, different
Even
execution levels, and yeah, one worked out, the other didn't. I mean, it's like last week when I took that one on Monday, was the bias was correct, but it took me 3 chances or 3 goes short to actually pull it off.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. NFP is a headache to me. Yeah, you know, Willie, I've said this before. I wish they would just kind of release all the news events, all of it, just on a Friday afternoon, like all of it.
Yeah,
NFP,
then you don't
core
trade on
CPI,
Friday and go home early.
Yeah. And they can just kind of battle it out and be a bloodbath and all that, and then it will just calm down. We can just carry on. But I also NFP, like especially with core CPI that's a big one for me.
Yeah,
Like,
the
cause
CPI number.
core CPI can screw up your swing trade in seconds, like a position that you've been building for a few days, and here
When
comes
is
core
CPI
CPI.
again? It's next week.
Yeah, I think it's next week.
Yeah, probably normally on a Wednesday, right?
You can have a look. Let's have a look. So the 11th.
14th.
No, it's like next week, the 13th. So Tuesday coming,
13th,
not
Tuesday.
tomorrow. Yeah, next week Tuesday. Yeah, you see. But having said that, the last core CPI we had was like dead.
Yeah.
Like I'll show you this period here quickly. Like while we're waiting for, the NASDAQ is in snooze mode. The half an hour is now turned bearish. So yeah, you see this is now all mixed. So yeah, okay. Anyway, so what I was going to show you is if you look at the pound US dollar, right? Let me just take this clean chart. Yeah, I don't know if you can remember. We've been in like this. I always use this as a reference, but we've been in this pretty long range on the pound US dollar for like a while, right? This entire range is about a month long.
Yeah.
Like it's like, and finally we broke out here, and this was the tariff announcement right here. But before that, we've been in the sideways range. Now in this range, we've had FOMC, we've had core CPI, NFP, like everything, right? Because this whole period is nearly a month. We've had everything come. And if you just look at the candles there, you can't even tell. You can't even tell that there was like a big news event.
And then all the breakout traders on the top and the bottom of that range get destroyed.
Yeah. Like, but yeah, if you really focus on the structure here, okay. So this structure is like, if you look at this is where we identified that, or the bias was turned to long right here, finding support right there, also making a higher low. So the structure is not broken. You keep making higher lows. So it was my bias was bullish right here, right? Even though it
As
looked a bit
scary as it
messy.
seems.
Yeah, but now you see, now this is one of those things. Like sometimes it will come to your level, other times it won't. But if you look at what this level looks like, right, that support level. If you look at gold, see, that's exactly what I was waiting for. Exactly the same level. It just doesn't want to go there. But that's what I wait for. So sometimes it will go there, like on the Bitcoin
It
one.
might still do, like we said, before it makes a new high.
Yeah,
If
it might.
it's
Yeah. So yeah, sometimes it goes there, sometimes it doesn't. But if it does
Mm.
go there, it makes for some beautiful trades. And now the pound US dollar right now looks like it's coming down. Okay, great. Great. Still won't do anything. I'll just wait. Like if we can get that double top, then great. I really hope we get that because it will make for a very nice trade. The short, but the if we can get that level there, 1.301. Oh man, early
And what about
Christmas.
that level where we had that breakout from the range?
You
That
mean over here?
high spike there afterwards.
This one, yeah,
Would
and then
that
down
be a
here.
target to go for first? Maybe take some off there if price does decline that far. If you do get into a short,
Yeah, look So right here, you mean right here, right?
yeah,
Yeah, you can. And this is a support area, but it's a very weak support area.
yeah.
And the reason, is because, see, that was it. It was a resistance area. Obviously, it broke through.
Mm.
Now that is the strong support area. See, that's a beautiful retest.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful retest, and then it played out. So once, for me anyway, so once price has traded off a major support level, and I'm not talking about bouncing off it and then eventually go. Once it plays out, and then it comes back to the support level loses its significance. It's not as strong anymore, right? It's not as strong as the first time. Like it bounces off there and found support when it trades off. For me, that's just how I found it. So I can show you another example on Bitcoin as well, but anyway, so if it comes back down, you've got, this is a weak support area for more than one reason. If you get that double top, this is not going to hold. It may find support in terms of it may bounce off there a little bit, and as some traders call it, trap a few traders thinking it's going to go long. But you've got that very strong. Let me just go back to the weekly time frame. So I just show you right. Yeah. Okay. So that's the weekly resistance. You can see we bounced up there, and the weekly, this is a pretty bearish candle as well. But back to the 4 hour, if you come back to this level, and you get that double top, and also the reason why I explained why this is not a strong support level in the first place, then this you can get a bounce of the support, but you really want to wait for it to break. If it breaks that support, you're going to go all the way down. Not in a straight line. It's going to be like play with your emotions and it's going to fail. Oh no, it's not. Oh, it's going to fail. Oh no, it's not. You know what it's like when you're in the trade. It's a zigzag kind of. It's a messy thing. But then we can get that lower level, and that will be early Christmas. If we can, hopefully, because that would be the ultimate spot, and you only need a couple of those trades a year, right? And you're going to be far better off compared to constantly trying to scalp the 15-minute time frame. Oh, you're up 20 pips. Oh, the next one you lost 15. Like that's just frustrating. That's a mug's game, honestly. Just wait for key levels and wait for it to reverse from those levels. You'll catch really nice moves with very little risk. Fewer trades is better trading. What's the NASDAQ doing? Oh! All right, it bounced up further.
Same with the SPX, but it's not really going anywhere. It's just up and down, up and down. I mean, I'm not going to get involved in that choppy mess for now.
No, this is an opportunity. I missed this one. You see, this is the support
you got
level. That's no, I just missed it because I was talking too much. But at least I got two today. But that would have been a third one. See, that's the support level. Breaks through there. There's the one standard deviation. Last 15-minute candle, bullish. Last 1 hour candle, bullish. Half an hour is bearish. But you've got 2 out of 3. Found support. Breaks up. There's your trade. Okay, so that would have been 3 out of 3. But sometimes we need to talk about other things as well.
Yeah.
Okay, but hopefully you guys, if you're watching, that it's a very simple strategy, and it just works. It just works. It's very reliable.
That platform you're using there, is that Motive Wave? Yeah, Motive. Right? Yeah, I have used that many years back. Nice platform.
Yeah, they're very nice. I like this. I mainly use it because things like VWAP and volume profile and so on. It's free.
Yeah.
Like
So
in
you
the
don't
free
know
version.
add-on. I hate that when you have those add-ons that you have to pay for.
Yeah, like most of them charge like $50.
Yeah, that's a bit
Um,
silly.
yeah, I also think so. But if you want to execute trades on the platform, then that's different. But if you just want to look at the analysis and so on, it's free.
Mm. Mm.
So it's a lot better than TradingView. A lot. It's very accurate as well, and so reliable. The data feed and the volume profile and all of that is quite accurate. And if you're into footprint charts as well, you've got really reliable data you can work with.
Oh, is
I'm
that
not into
included too?
not in the free version, but it does have that. Yeah. Yeah, I did okay on. Robert says, yeah, I did okay on the pound last week. Looking at what to do this week now. Yeah, well,
Don't rush into it, Robert. Still got a whole day.
yeah, like if you don't place any trades, that's also a result. Breaking even is a fantastic result. It's nothing wrong with breaking even.
Yeah, it's nothing worse walking away on a whole week in a negative. Because then you can't relax.
Yeah,
A week.
that's so true. That's so true. I think the NASDAQ is still going to move higher today, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think it would be a bad move if you, just. I mean, this was the opportunity. At least I got 2 today. That's fine. 3 would have been better, but 2 is fine. But I do still think we're going to get pretty close to the high. But don't just take the trade because I say so. The market doesn't care what I say. All right, just get your confirmations based on how you trade, what you look for. Make sure you get those confirmations before you place the trade. So the next opportunity would be if it breaks this resistance, which is what I said when we got here, and we never got it. And then we got the support. But this is obviously a much better place to take a trade compared to up here. NFP, we've already read that one. Which brokers do we recommend? This is Holo Prime stream, so we're all about Holo Prime. I recommend Holo Prime. Yeah. Lol, I couldn't help myself, and I took the trade down before the put and got a quick scalp. Okay, is that the?
Is so that Robert is like taking the trades and doing well.
Was it that? I assume that's the NASDAQ, not the pound US dollar.
NASI.
On the NASI, yeah. Definitely long bias today. For me, anyway. What's the thing looking on the S&P that side, Richard? Still quiet?
Yeah, I just broke at little range as well. If I can share that quick. Might as well. We only got a few minutes left here.
Sorry.
I mean, similar to what you've seen on a NASDAQ there. Look at that. I mean, good luck trading that. Unless you had a bias and stuck with it. But it's just boom, 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 sideways.
Yeah.
Since 10. And now I finally have a little breakout there. I've actually noticed there on this little gap here. Maybe we, as you said, Jannie, on the NASDAQ as well, could be heading up for the day. That could potentially be something the price wants to fall. But unfortunately, not much to do on my side. Jannie, you pulled some nice trades. That's really cool. But this was just chopped. And before we do finish, crude oil, again, I wanted price to break that overnight high. It didn't, just reversed. Maybe this is just a corrective structure, but again, sort of just stuck here or stopped here in the middle of nowhere for the time being. Is it going to go down? Who knows? But from my side, no trades today. Hopefully, I get a bit more action tomorrow.
Yeah, it is a Monday.
Yeah.
But you never know after the session. I mean, you'll probably still be trading, so you may get something after the session.
Yeah, maybe still. If I do, I'll recap that tomorrow. I'm on in the morning. When are you on again, Jannie?
Tomorrow, I think I'm on the graveyard shift, the third session. But there's some, you can also get some trades there.
I watch you
trades.
guys when I'm cooking in the kitchen, so just
Oh, you've got an exciting life.
with a beer in my hand, so it's not that bad.
All right, well, Richard, I think that is time to Robert. Will he prove it? And everybody else watching, thank you very much for watching. The next session starts in 15 minutes time.
Yeah. Please stick around.
Yeah, but from us, it's over and out. Have a great day. Safe trading.
Cool. Cheers, everyone. Cheers, Jannie. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you too, mate. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Hello, Paul.
Igor.
How are you today?
I'm good. How are you, my friend?
Too. Some crazy rain is coming, and it's pretty dark right now in my room.
All right. I don't know much about the weather in Serbia, but it can't be any worse than living in an island, could it?
No, it's warm every single day except today.
All right. Well, at least you've got a shelter over your head. So
Yes. Here is Aymane. Hello, Aymane. How are you today?
Hello. I'm good, and you? Hello, Coach Paul, Coach Igor.
see you.
How are you doing?
Well,
Good.
it's a bank holiday here, so everything's a bit quiet. So that means
Yeah.
essentially all the shops shut and we can't buy anything. So I'm a little bit hungry.
Yes. Can I start maybe for today just to see the news
Please.
and basic stuff?
Let's jump right in. Let's do it.
Yes. Okay, so for today, first let me start to go to the Forex calendar. So it's a little bit should be a boring day. However, actually today it was a pretty volatile market, expecting that what's happened in the last 2 weeks. So for today Forex calendar, we can see that we had a CPA for the Swiss franc, and we had a ICM services PMI for US dollar. So we got first at all a little worse than expected CPI for the Swiss, but that didn't push a market something to some into large portion. It's just I'm watching US dollar index the whole day, so I think that the all push in the market that we see from the early morning up to this moment is correlated with the US dollar index. So ICM services PMI, it's a little bit more better than expected. So just for the traders that today maybe watch this news, if we have a PMI reading above 50, that means expansion in the service sector. If PMI reading below 50, it's contraction. So usually the key component that US watching is business activity, new orders, employment, supply, deliveries, and such things. And usually this news shouldn't push US dollar in any big movement usually. But today we got really better than expected news. And in the moment when we got the news, we got, I think, 20 pips in few seconds. And it was, I know that because I created a trade just a few minutes before the news, because I didn't expect so big volatility in that moment. I put the target, and my trade closed in, I think, in 10 seconds after the news. The good thing is positive, 20 pips profit. But the problem was here that this can maybe little bit create not a lot, but in some small portion, Fed rate expectation, because the strong data can influence expectations for interest rate hikes, cuts, depending on inflation context. But what we can see that all the inflation reports for US dollar was a little bit better than expected, and now we got this. So we can see that this can, by the book, in the theory, increase a little bit US dollar interest rate. Of course, Donald Trump and whole government, everyone, they want interest rate to be decreased, and because of all the movements that we have in the stock market. But this is something that we traders, that we want to see US dollar to going up, like to see. So I just put a little bit, maybe two theoretical things. I will just start to show and to explain the dollar index chart right away, because this was just for traders that watch maybe for the first time this live session. So if we start to watch US dollar index, there is a very important thing that we can see, that in Friday we got very similar push upside. So you can see this is
I can't see your chart, Igor. Sorry, my friend.
Okay, sorry. It's yes, it's because sometimes I open and then I close in the same time. My mistake. So like I said, if we watch this US dollar index chart, this is very important right now, because all Forex major pairs right now depending on the US dollar index. And we can see what's the dollar index doing right now. That moves, we can see Euro dollar, British pound dollar, Aussie dollar, and all other US dollar crosses. And this what we can see right now is that in Friday, May 2, around the 2 o'clock on my time. So this is a trading view. But we can see that after that, actually, it is some kind of the beginning of the US session, maybe 1 hour before. We started the strong push upside. And right now, the same situation, only Monday, we can see the same push right now. So I saw this bullish candle that I just showing right now, and this bullish candle was some kind of maybe one of the additional triggers to enter short British pound dollar in that moment. But the problem was I wanted to put open target, 20 pips, stop loss, everything, and I don't know why, but they put 1.33 a target just to have the first target. I didn't expect that the price will push so hard, so fast in just 1 minute, and that happened. However, like I said, it's a 20 pips profit, but this trade is right now at 1.33, and it's very good standing of risk reward ratio. So if you didn't watch my previous sessions, my bias for British pound dollar is bearish. If we are below 1.336, because we are below 1.336, I believe that British pound dollar can touch the new lows, and this was the trading strategy for today. Actually, I tried today to enter in the early morning British pound dollar again during the UK Open, but there was two problems. The first one is I forgot that there is a holiday in England, and this is the mistake that I should not make in the future. So sometimes I watch the calendar, but I forgot to check, is there some holiday? And the problem is that the Frankfurt Open was important open, and with a bigger push than UK Open. The UK Open was nothing just because of the holiday hours. And this is my small mistake today. I tried to enter into trade, a short trade, but after 1.5 hours, I realized that the price is starting to push higher, and I closed my trade in that moment. So that was it's around level 1.32. Then I wait to see this, and after that I tried to enter into the trade. I did that, but my target was too tight, and I reached 20 pips just in a couple of seconds because of the news and everything. So, but this trade can be active too. So if we push, for example, put the stop loss just before the previous high and enter maybe right now, we can try to achieve maybe the first target should be today open around 1.326 or 1.325. So this can be one trading idea for today that we can do. So I would just maybe just to draw in the chart, just maybe for someone who watched. I know that a lot of people just turn off the sound sometimes. So, okay, I will try again to do this. Now, this is not.
So who turns off the sound?
Day.
Sorry, Igor, who turns off the sound? What is that? Talk to me about
that. Do you hear me right now?
Yeah, but what did you say about turning off the sound? What was that about? Do you feel you're not being listened to?
No. I know that a lot of trade. I read some article for the YouTube that a lot of people turn off sound when they listen YouTube, either podcast, either the sessions, etc. They just put and watch the letters on the screen, and I figure out that, and sometimes I try right now when I create some sessions maybe to draw a little bit more to make engaging content. So this is just the story about that. I just to see, can I do that? I think I had huge problem today with everything. No, today it's not my day.
Bank holiday.
No, I don't want to do that. No. So, like I said, so today one of the trading ideas can be to put the stop loss in 1.334, enter around 1.33 level, and try to achieve 1.326. That can be for me 1-to-1 or a little bit better risk reward trade, and I think that we have right now the movement for that. So why I should want to enter this trade. So I have additional triggers. So the first trigger below 1.336, I believe that we are bearish. We have a good push for US dollar index, so we are going up here. Then, like I said, we had a very good news for US dollar, which can a little bit push a market upside, because this is the far way better than expected news related to the USM services. And I think that will be the basic triggers that we can use for this kind of the trade. Of course, if we watch the euro dollar right now, the book it's the same pattern that we can see on the chart. Only, like I said, I will put stop loss at 1.1380, which was the Friday's high. So I believe that euro dollar is bearish if we are below this price level. This is my bullish bearish validation point. The same thing, I believe that we can touch the Asia low today if this price continuation we see on the chart, this bearish move right now. And these are my two trades that I watch, and I believe in this kind of the bias. If we watch the US dollar Japanese yen, I will go again on the 1-day chart. As we can see today, we have a mixed push downside again. So this currency is still in the channel. My plan is not to touch US dollar Japanese yen till this asset is in the channel. I want to see some breakout. I would like to see this channel bullish break up. So I think it's the best scenario that we can see here. but for now I'm out of this trade. And I will just a little bit watch the gold again. I do not trade a gold very often, but right now we have a really some kind of the bearish divergence here. That bearish divergence, it's not so beautiful to show right now because my trend line is not so good. But maybe okay, something like this, but I don't have another spot. But I see a little bit divergence here. This push is maybe related more with inflation, overall world inflation than the US dollar index. But if we see continuation of the US dollar index strength, I can see maybe that we can see a bigger correction for gold. And of course, if we see that the stock market start to go up, and that can change a lot the whole story here. So, like I said, today is the day that I'm just watching a lot of things and monitor, but I will not enter in any trade. I'm watching the S&P too. Just because I want to check the correlation with the US dollar, the whole market itself. And I would like to see that today we see another bullish day for S&P 500. We started with a bearish outlook, but I think that we can see it. We can see the end of this day with a bullish bias. If we see that, I think it's a potentially be good stuff. Good stuff for the whole market, I think. And I just watched that as we speak last week in Thursday poll about S&P and Bitcoin. So I would like to see strength in the S&P as well as a strength in Bitcoin too. So I would like to see some new bigger trend right now to make this market to be interesting. And for the end of this conversation, I will just again go to the British pound dollar because this is my trade. As you can see, it's weaker and weaker. Right now, we have just to go to the 1 minute, maybe just to see what's happened here. So even on the 1 minute, we are bearish right now. We are on some kind of the support that we created just 1 minute after the news, and we're still on that support. We retest one time, second time, and this couple times last few minutes. And because of that, I think that there is a high probability that during this session, we break below 1.33 and start to go down and maybe touch the Asia low for today. So this is the little bit description of the market from my standpoint of view. And today is a little bit, I think that it is because the weather. I have some problem with my thoughts and everything. I made mistake whole day in everything that I'm doing. So I just wanted to share with you. So if you figure out that I'm talking about some stupid things, right, please stop me today because this is not my day.
Well, you're doing great, Igor, so I don't know what you're talking about. You're just as inspirational as always, even though it's a bit dark.
Aymane, do you have some setups for today?
Yeah, actually, I can show the screen. Share the screen.
Excellent,
So,
my friend.
Just what I'm looking for this week. The NASDAQ. So let's start with, let's say, a top down analysis, and then we will take it from there. So the weekly, for sure, like there is strong buyers. Currently, we are sitting on this supply. We will see how, if we will break it before the FOMC or not, because we have FOMC, I think, on Wednesday. So we will see, because sometimes we get like price in before the FOMC, so we get some good movements even before the FOMC. or if there is something unexpected, we could see, for me, some areas to buy. We have still this gap right here at 18,631. We still didn't feel fully this gap. It will be interesting if the price come back to this area for another rally to the upside. Selling from here, yes, we are sitting in a supply, daily supply, weekly supply, but until now there is no sign on intraday, like to short, like to, like, let's say short-term short. I mean shorting to targets, let's say those lower prices here, 19,500. Until now, the buyers are pushing. Monday, I don't like to trade Monday just in because of this sort of let's say of prices that we get. We stay, let's say, approximately just in a range. Just we create a high here, low, and then NY session we pushed because of the PMI, I think. So now we could get a small retracement. So let's go back to the daily. As I said, we are sitting now in a supply, but there is no signs for to short the market from here. We have this big demand here between the 19,878 and 19,104. There is another demand here between 18,827 and the gap below it. We have another demand at 17,232. But as it's for now, we are bullish. Sentiment is bullish. But maybe there is potential. I heard like a lot of talk, potential of new, let's say, new agreements, new about tariff between US and some other countries. So if the sentiments continue like this, we could see like the NQ like break those supplies here, and maybe a couple of weeks later break the all-time high. So in terms of, let's say, 1 hour, some intraday levels on the 1 hour. So I have this demand right here at 19,500. Really interesting demand. Still, I call it, it's not mitigated. We never touch it. So at least the price will react a little bit from this demand. So between 19,500 and 19,341. Another demand, like, it's at 19,930 and 19,863. So in term of, let's say, supplies, we had a couple of supplies here that got broken today on the NY session. We have another supply at on this swing high here at 20,200 and 20,276. The game plan for this week, again, this is my personal opinion. So Tuesday we have US trade balance pre-market, so maybe there will be a little bit cleaner price action for an intraday movement. So maybe I will hold a trade longer. This is the Wednesday. We have at 8 the FOMC rate statements. I think it's 2 p.m. Eastern time. So based on my data and previous day when we had like FOMC, most of the time we get a really, let's say, bad price action on the NY session. So I will be, let's say, more careful to trade on Wednesday, price action on the NY session. Thursday we have US initial jobless claims. I think they will be more like clean price action. So I am ready to hold, let's say, my trades a little bit longer. And yeah, so this is in terms of the calendar and the intraday, let's say, levels. Let's show just a little bit what's happened in terms of the price action and the footprint. So it was one opportunity. So we had this supplies here on the 30 minutes, 15 minutes, and 1 hour. Supply here, supply here. This here, it's a daily supply. So we had a fresh demand that was created just, let's say, 1 hour before the 45 minutes before the NY session. As you can see here on the 15 minutes, we took this previous week with this here, and we closed bullish, and then we got the continuation. So we got the continuation here. I was watching the price here. So this retest right here, we could take some buys. If I show the footprints, how it looked like. Yeah. So this is a 15-minute delta chart. So to be honest, there was no clear direction as like for today for me. So I was more, let's say if I was trading, I will buy from demand and sell from the supply. When I say there is no direction, I don't mean, let's say, like I showed on the weekly and daily, we are bullish. No, I mean like the short, I call it short-term direction. So for the day, where is the, let's say, the direction for the day, or the direction for the next 1 hour. So it wasn't that clear today. So if I was trading today, I will simply just buy in a demand, sell in a supply. But when I have a direction for the markets, let's say it's bullish, I don't sell from supply, but I just buy from demands. So in terms of the delta chart, this is the NY session open, it's here, and this is the 15 minutes fresh demand that I just showed on the charts. So you can see here, we took this previous week, we closed bullish, and then we had continuation here, and we came back test this demand here. So in terms of the numbers, we had, like, at the open, we had a 177 green cluster, let's say in the middle of the candle. After we tested here, and we test also this demand, so it was really interesting to buy at least for 15 minutes, at least to target, let's say, buy here and target at least this supply here, small trade. So we had a little bit, let's say, when we touched the supply right here, we had like big cluster at the top here. So it was like the buyers, right? That's why it's important to combine the price action also with the delta chart. So when we touch the supply, yes, we have big clusters here, but like we struggle to go higher. And as you can see here, like when we touch more deeper the supply, we reject, and we create like a big cluster at the low of the candle. Normally, when I see this, what I want to see on the next 15 minutes open, when the 15 minutes candle open, I want to see, let's say, strong momentum to the downside. But when I was watching the price here, we got, let's say, instant push to the upside, and then we struggled here. And then we came back again to test the demand that I draw here, this demand right here. We test this again. We created some big cluster at the low of the candle here. And normally, if there is a sellers here, we should have continuation. So we create again a big wick, and we turn and close green. Big cluster at the top of the candle here, 124 before the close. We respect it, and we create again a big cluster here at the top. But as you can see, like, even though like we are, let's say, we are pushing higher, but it's not that clean, because like the buyers are still holding, but sellers also want to push the price lower. So we see it here also, but the sellers fail, and now we are seeing it again here. They start to pushing. So maybe this time, because if we check and compare the price also, we are still in this supply right here. So even we broke a little bit, but for me, we're still in a supply. So maybe for some traders this is a break, but for me it's not really break, because this week here we're still inside this week. So this is not, yes, it's break off here, but we create this week before, so we are still in this resistance. So maybe they will be like nice to buy from at least the 50% of this week right here. It will be a nice opportunity to buy, at least just to create. But of course, if we came directly to here, but if we create a sort of failure here, maybe I will be interested more to sell than to buy. So this is in term of the delta. Something else Interesting. Let's show the 5 minutes. 5 minutes look like. Slow down a little bit. Yeah. So one thing about the price, today's price action, it's like I don't like when there is, let's say, those big moves. I like to trade those type of candles, which is we took the previous week close green, but I don't like the candle to be big. When it's big, like for me, like the movement already happened, so I don't like it much. For example, this green candle here, this blue, for me it's blue. This blue candle here, we took this previous week and we close like big candle and we close into the supply. So yes, it's for me it's a sign that it will go higher because we touched also this demand. But I want the candle to close at least here to give me more range, more room to at least to come back to this supply here. So we saw this sort of this type of candles a lot, like we took the previous week, but big candle. So that's why I don't like much the Monday price action. So that's for I think for NQ. Any question, guys?
So
Well, it's just like you said about Monday price action, right? It's especially bank holiday price action, depending on where you are in the world. Always a bit stagnant. I completely agree with what you said. Obviously, I'm not fully in tune with the way you approach the market, which seems really innovative. I'm learning a lot by just listening, but I agree with principally what you said for sure. And I think, taking the signals and making sure you interpret them correctly as caution is important, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Aymane, can I ask you something? Using your excellent approach to the market, do you have maybe time to just look British pound dollar, but to watch on futures, just because you can watch the volumes for the British pound dollar? It's 6B asset on the trading view.
So you want me to show the delta, the 6B?
Yes, 6B for the British pound dollar, just to see how do you see that, because I'm watching right now too, and I like when analysis just match on different approaches.
Yeah. So for me, just from the first look, like this retracement always could be reversal. It's like it was expected, because as you can see here, like you can see here that we are pushing. There is big clusters. It's okay. There is big clusters. We need a continuation. But what's happened here is, again, some big clusters. The biggest cluster in all of this, as you can see, we never saw 136 in the last, let's say, I don't know, 2-3 hours. And the volume also, if we check the volume, so we were, let's say, trending, volume was normal. Here we had big volume, and we are approaching the end. Here we had a big volume, maybe equal 1,200, 1,100. So, and then you can see here the delta shifts from, let's say, we were a little bit green, red, green, red, green, red, which is normal, and then we switch red, 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 red. So sellers are entering, and you can see here, like when we have this big cluster here with big volume, maybe if we go to the 5 minutes, this is a failure here for sure. Yeah. So like this big candle here, and this failure, and then we are getting the retracement. If I see just quickly, okay, so we are in this demand here. See the 1 hour. Okay, so for me, like if I was trading the GBP USD, I will sell from here. So as you can see, this is, so it's a supply for me. Like we took this previous week, closed bearish and got continuation. Yes, it was mitigated, but still it's a supply. So for me, when the price will come back to this supply right here, this is what I will do. So I will check. We are in a supply here. So I will see, of course, I will not sell here. I will not sell here. Maybe I will sell somewhere here. But I will start to see, okay, we are pushing. We had some big volume at the end of this small trend right here. Sellers start to enter. Sellers getting respected here. We have minus 103 here in the middle of the candle. It's important, like where we have like the clusters. When we have like a cluster at the low of the candle, let's say we are going lower, and we have big cluster at here at the bottom of the candle. What I want to see for the next candle is continuation. No, maybe a little bit retracement, but continuation, because otherwise I will call it like it's like the buyer will start to get in absorbed. So what I want to see when we have big clusters in the middle, it's okay. So we came back, test this big cluster here. You can see here some green clusters, also big. Buyers start to push, but they fail. So more signs of sellers taking control. So yeah, for me, like I use price action footprint. So for me, the entry will be somewhere here after this candle here. Took this previous week, closed bearish. So my entry could be somewhere here. Not here, but somewhere here. And the context of it is really important, because as we talked, like we are sitting in a supply, really important supply. So yeah.
Right, fantastic. I need we only have one session a week together, don't we, Aymane? I think we're going to talk to Ola Prime and see if we can get you on a few of my sessions, just so I can keep my education going. So this is good.
Nice.
Thank you. Yeah. So actually, like it's when you are, let's say, using the delta chart or the footprints, and you have your strategy with in the beginning, it give you extra confidence. It give you in the beginning extra confidence to, for example, to stay, to hold the trade, and also like there is no surprises. For example, let's say your analysis were correct when you enter here. Let's say supply, you saw absorption, and then sellers start to enter, and you took a sell. But this is the markets. It could happen like somewhere here we had some big events or some unexpected thing, and you see big order there. So when you don't see the footprint and you use just the price action, like your target, for example, will be I'm targeting this low, for example. This is my target. But when you will start to use the delta, and you will see like something, for example, unusual start to happen. Like you can, of course, you should not make the decision fast, but you start to be okay. If I will wait let's say one candle more to see if this cluster was respected or not, and then I will close the trade. So you avoid, let's say, sometimes, of course, not always, but you avoid, let's say, some losses, and also it help you to get a little bit of confidence to let your trade run, or to hold your trade. And of course, for me, like using the delta alone, it's, for me, in my opinion, it's bad. Using the delta or the footprint without seeing the candlesticks, for me, doesn't make sense. I tried to do it before, but it's not working for me, at least. But when you compare like the price action, when you compare, just for example, just basic things from the delta and the volume, okay, squeeze, absorption, buyers try to put big clusters, okay, there is big cluster here, there is big cluster here. So definitely, like, I recommend, like, it's really interesting. So
Yeah, great tip.
Yes, nice.
yeah. So any other, should we check just quickly gold, just what gold is doing? So gold, I think yesterday night, yes, today we start really seeing big bullish momentum. Came back to this range right here. If we check quickly the weekly time frame, so definitely we are in in uptrend. Currently now there is like a bullish momentum. Some And for me, like, I never go against I can go against the trend, but I never go against the, let's say, the momentum, or I go against the short term direction, like on the 1 hour, 30 minutes. Yes, I can sell against the trend, but I will never go against, let's say, the short term direction, let's say the daily, not the daily, like, just for me, like, short term direction, as I said before, like, just the next 1 hour candle. Am I expecting next 1 hour to be green or red? So I never, let's say, take a trade and I am watching the volume and the delta. I know that there is probability that next candle will be green and push higher and go against it, scalp against it, or take trades against it. But sometimes I take trades like against the trend, against the structure. For me, it doesn't make any difference. Like when I start trading, I was always hearing like go with the trend, and I always always go with the trend, but I always got stopped out. So like it was the tough stuff. Like they always like trend is your friend, which is true. Like trend is your friend. And then like I start to use, okay, there is short-term trend, there is short-term direction, and there is then long-term. So yeah, in terms of gold, we have this supply right here, this daily supply. We could at least see some rejection from this area right here. We already touched it multiple times, and we got this push here to the downside. Currently, like the momentum, as I said, is bullish. Some area of interest I will be, let's say, buying or selling from. So we have this supply right here, but I should wait for more confirmation, let's say, to take at least a retracement to this let's say 50% of this candle right here. In terms of other supplies, we have this supply right here. We have a small trend line here that was respected, let's say 3 times. Now we break it right here. So in terms of intraday demands, for me, like there is we have nothing interesting as it for now. Maybe later we will get some fresh level, and then I will update the chart. But for now, we have this supply right here. Yes, we take this previous week here close bearish, but we're still holding this support. And as you can see, we took again this week, and we are pushing higher. So yeah, so I think that's it for me. Oh, this is a trade I think, Coach Paul, you took last time. I remember it. It was a good trade.
Well, yeah.
But the analysis was correct.
I'm going to talk about that because my entry, you're quite right. My entry was hit, but I do have a problem with the trade now, so I'll probably going to get out. But you know, I've purposely left it on for a learning conversation, right? So it's that's what it's about. But we can talk about GMX. It's a good example of the chaos in the altcoin market. Igor, you're okay for me to jump in?
Of course, Paul. Just going there.
I just want to point out, and I want to congratulate the Ola Prime team on their ticker and the way they're setting it up, because it's apparently I'm a crypto wizard, which I'll take. I like that. That's cool. Igor, apparently you're dominating the Forex market, which sounds about right, to be fair. That suits your personality. And Aymane, you're just returning, which is great, right? That's very, very powerful. Batman returned, Aymane, it's great. I love it. So whoever's doing that, keep it up. Really, really great. Right. Anyway, enough of the compliments. Let's have a look at, well, let's just jump straight into GMX, seeing as you mentioned it. So I planned this trade a while back, a few weeks ago, when we had this breakout. And last week I was talking to you about how, you know, it's very important that you recognize that when you originally plan a trade, obviously, you know, you guys are used to intraday stuff, but for me, there's a waiting game in crypto, because typically, you know, you have to, you know, wait a couple of weeks sometimes, even for short-term trades to come into play. Now, we were talking last week how, because this 200 MA here on the 4-hour is losing confluence with this support line, it made the trade a little bit more of a difficult proposition. So the reason being, of course, because we lose the 200 MA, we lose the bullish context. Now, when it was hugging this entry point, which is where I've entered just now, of course, you know, the price action can easily just wick down below the 200 MA and continue on its way. But when there's this much of a gap, you do lose the bullish context. And I'm struggling to see the price action bouncing from this area now, because we've got resistance essentially overhead, and a move down to the 618 probably makes more sense to me. So if I just switch to here, so this is obviously the trade. It's just come in today or yesterday. I can't remember. So I'm not happy now with the context, because if this had happened a week ago, then we would have maybe had something like that, but we haven't got it anymore. So I am not particularly keen to stay in this trade. So I'm going to attempt to exit it. So we're going to look at, so I got in 13.2. So I think I'm going to just do that with my take profit, 13.22, and that should then, yeah. So I'm now set to exit it, because I'm not comfortable with the premise anymore of the trade, especially in the context that, as we know in crypto, that what Bitcoin's doing is very important, and Bitcoin's next move is suggesting that a move to the 618 might be great. So this is obviously perfect. I'm not sweating anything here, because we have support below. So even if I didn't decide to get out now, I might say, well, I'm going to watch to see what happens with this level, because if we get a bounce here, it's going to help me get out anyway. But because of the context in the market right now, I feel that we might have a bit of a shift from Bitcoin's bullish context to a slightly bearish context just over the next couple of days, maybe. And therefore, this trade has invalidated for me, which is why I have got out. Really straightforward. And this is how you must construct your trades in crypto, right? I have been waiting for 2 weeks for this. So there's a little bit of emotion, just a little bit. Impatience is an emotion. And now I've got in, it's like, yay. But the problem is it's too late now. I'm not happy with the context. So I'm going to exit, and I maybe reevaluate for an entrance at the 618, because there still is a bullish context here. But I think really a bounce from here makes more sense. And let me explain why. So this is Bitcoin. And currently we've broken above this lower kind of resistance area, and we're sitting above it quite nicely, which is great. And we previously broke out above it after sitting pretty in this other little sub range between about 95 and 94 last week. But now we're retracing back to support, or at least to confirm we've got support. But you can see here the problem, because we have the 1 day coming in. Where are the most buyers going to be? So the most buyers are still going to be here at the bottom of this range, right, with all these wicks, right? And that will have confluence with the 1 day 200 MA. So for me, because we've got these little sub ranges, right, I don't think that there's necessarily going to be a great amount of buyers coming in at this level, because this level makes more sense, because there's more buyers with the moving average. This is the 1 day, which is significant, and we're at the bottom of the range. So that's what I'm looking to see. And in the context of GMX, if Bitcoin does that, well, it's not bouncing from here. It's coming down to the 618 and maybe bouncing from there. So therefore, the trade premise has changed, and I've therefore decided to get out as a result. And you can see the point of control, it rejected the price action over the weekend, and now we're retracing, looking for that elusive higher low. And again, it's looking like this is pairing up for a nice bounce point, because we've got a nice confluence with the support here. So I think this is kind of the pocket you need to be watching. And there's many different patterns you can draw on here to see we've had a breakdown. But and also just this is the multi-time frame analysis of Bitcoin. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 hour, 6, 8, 12, or 1 day. And we've had a lot of bearish divergence, which is played out across multiple time frames, and we're starting to get a little bit of bullish divergence coming in on the 1 hour and the 2 hour. But as you can see, unless it starts appearing on the more significant time frames, like the 6 hour for an example, it's more likely that we're going to come back down to these levels which we've just been talking about, down to here, because we haven't had that divergence yet, and hence that's affected my GMX trade. So I've decided to get out, and obviously that seemed like it's a good idea. But just to clarify, there's another perspective to look at with Bitcoin. This is we had this triangle here, we broke out, that's fantastic. We took the 1 day 200 MA, and now we've been in this pattern, and we broke out, of course, but now we couldn't get above resistance, and the sellers have taken control, and we've come straight back down through the pattern and able to bounce from here. And now we're putting in a bearish retest as well. So we've got this signal paired with a little bit of room to go before we touch base with this, which has nice confluence with long-term support here. Why would buyers coming in here, right? And this is what you have to do. So if you're thinking of, entering a long trade here, you need to look at Bitcoin for the ideal possible entry. And I mean, a student just got in touch just a few hours ago just to send me an email, and he said he was looking at a setup, and he had planned it, for the last few days. when there was more of a bullish context in it from Bitcoin. You can see we've had a little bearish signal. And I just said to him, look, this setup's great. It's an entry in like a golden pocket between the 0.5 and 618 fib level on whatever crypto he was trading. But because the weather looks like it might be shifting just a little bit for the next few days, I said to him, look, you need to bear in mind, pay attention to what Bitcoin's doing. And this signal should give you pause, maybe not to enter, or rather reevaluate your trade or scale in a bit lower if the premise is still intact. So it's very important is you have this talking about, Aymane, your negotiations between, looking at what's going under the hood and making sure you pair that with the candle action. So it's the same principle with crypto. It's just Bitcoin is what you need to pay attention to. And again, resistance. We've hit this upper channel trend line, and a rejection back down to this area on this chart seems logical. And if you look at the previous price action, having a bit of a tussle for the next couple of weeks makes perfect sense. Difficult to imagine a launch from this point because we'll need a bit of more buyers to do that. So a retrace certainly to the 200 MA seems like a logical place, especially considering this also could be an area the price action goes, which is about 85k, 83, 82k, which is a bit lower. So when you pair all of those signals together, really, I'm not wanting to stay in that GMX trade just yet for now. And of course, this is Bitcoin dominance. And when this is trending higher, of course, this is bad for altcoins. And right now, Bitcoin is trending down. Not trending. On a macro level, it's trending down just on the minor trend, and Bitcoin dominance, is going up, which is the worst scenario for altcoins at the moment, right? And obviously, when we get these little pullbacks, we do get a bit of movement, and that doesn't mean altcoins don't go. We've had some good movement over the last few weeks because this has been the context. We've had Bitcoin going up and Bitcoin dominance going up, which isn't great, but the alts can still move under that scenario because Bitcoin is giving them bullish signals. It's just the money flow isn't letting them really go to the moon, with a few exceptions. But now we've shifted into this, which is not a great place for trading. We need to see, of course, ideally Bitcoin to carry on up, hit support, put in that higher low, give people the confidence to enter the altcoin market, and then maybe we'll get this shift for Bitcoin dominance to go down, which will then supercharge everything. And again, total 3, we were talking previously about, we really need, this is great, and this is what's facilitated some good altcoin action and some of the top altcoin picks we do here on Prime X to play out. But now we're retracing again. And what we don't want to see is we don't want to see a retrace back down to here, because that will be practically the altcoins will just reset. So if you think, say, some altcoins, just give you an example, but I mean, Lever did this, but say an altcoin went up 80% with this move, right? This facilitates about a 30 to 40% retrace, which is perfectly natural and perfectly healthy. And then we just want to bounce from here. This is total 3, which represents the market cap for the altcoin market, and then bounce from here, which would then allow for the first time, since December, for altcoins to start entering a proper consistent uptrend by coming up, retracing about 40%, then putting that higher low in and then continuing. But if total 3 comes back down to here, that will practically mean, all the altcoins won't just retrace 30, 40%. They'll retrace exactly back to where they launched from, and therefore they reset again. And that's exactly what the problem is in the altcoin market at the moment. This constant, yay, reset, and we need to get out of that before we're going to have any sustained movement. And again, it's not looking good for altcoins because Bitcoin dominance on the top, again, trending higher. It's just broken out against probabilities of this channel. It's a bit of a janky channel, let's be honest. So don't get too stressed by it. But you can see this is popping its head around in the wrong direction when we need Ethereum. This is Ethereum versus Bitcoin, which is a good barometer for the health of the altcoin market. We need this to pop its head above and not this. So these are the signals we're getting at the moment. So it might not be a good trading week for altcoins. And again, if we just look at Pengu, so this was that's what I was discussing last week. And I was thinking that the premise for a potential third bottom here was good. And we've had a little bit of a bounce. So that would have been a trade. But look, same with GMX, we've lost the 200 MA, right? And now we have a bearish context. So if the 200 MA was underneath this still, then I'll be fine with the triple bottom and trading that. But now we've lost it. Pengu does not have any bullish context just yet until we retake that. So, I'd expect it maybe to come back down here, and you can see other traders are thinking the same, or at least come back down here. So Pengu again, invalidated because we've lost we haven't got all the signals or all the moving averages in the right order anymore. And this again, this was talking with Jannie on Friday that this was about labeling setups in terms of their strength. Now, we looked at this setup, and we have this cup and handle potentially, at least the cup rather, and we had a breakout of this triangle with confluence with this pattern. Okay, now if this cup was a little bit higher, right? So what I mean is it was up here, right, and the price action neckline was with it, then it would be, the trade would have been different. But because the breakout of the cup neckline and this ascending triangle happened essentially a foot below resistance, right, sellers are going to take control. And look what happened. And I labeled it as, I was umming and ahhing about labeling it as a C setup, which is a no trade, or a B, which is trade under better circumstances. And I decided on a C, and I was quite right, because look, the price actions just come straight back down, right, because the bullish premise wasn't there. So it's very important, especially in the current market conditions, that when you're looking at setups, even ones which, you know, we post here on top in Ola Prime X, because, you know, they're trade ideas, but they still require the weather to be good. And this was a C setup, and as you can see, there was a reason for that. We just didn't have the bullish context. But if we switch over to H bar, now, unlike GMX, we now have a bit of confluence with this moving average sweeping in, which is, if you're looking at all the different setups, if you're looking at GMX and thinking, we're at support, I want to trade this, and then you look at H bar and think, we're at support, I want to trade this, which one do you pick, right? And this is becoming probably a B setup now, even though I don't think the weather is going to facilitate a B setup at the moment, because we've got the 200 MA underneath us, so we have confluence. Whereas, you know, Bitcoin has forced H bar back into a place which is arguably tradable, but it hasn't done that for GMX. It's pushed GMX into a place where it is arguably untradeable now. So this is why it's important to have a selection. And like with dupe, this is a so much better setup now, because again, we have the 200 moving average sweeping underneath. We've had a breakout, and we've been waiting for a simple retest. This is a better proposition, and it's got a little bit of room for Bitcoin to come down as well. So you have to sometimes just look at a setup and just throw it out the window and be like, nah, there's better stuff to trade, right? And this is kind of the conversation at the moment. And again, with Ton, this was a Discord exclusive idea. Now, this hasn't played out yet, so always pay attention. So the premise of this trade was this cup and handle, but it was to buy the breakout of a neckline, because I think we established that buying the breakout of this descending channel was insufficient for a bullish context. So no one should have traded this, and obviously we rolled over, which is why it's very important that when you're looking at planning setups, you really find the place where buyers are going to join you. And you know, buyers aren't going to join you necessarily out of this, because we've got resistance overhead. But when the price action eventually comes back up to here, this is still a significant resistance line, and therefore, you know, if it had done this, that would be the premise of the trade, and then away we go. But it didn't happen, so this invalidated quite quickly after I planned it, and that's okay, because as we've established, you know, we need a selection to ensure we choose the right one. And this is lever, and this was the 100% pump with the stream. This was an exclusive live stream setup last week, and it was a great setup. And now we've retraced right back down to the 0% retracement level with some nice confluence with the 4 hours. So, you know, this is quite an extreme retracement, right? But this is a good opportunity to enter now, because we still have a lot of bullish signals in our favor. We had this double bottom. We had a confirmed trend change, which was very consistent. We had a breakout of this pattern. We've now taken the 4 hour 200 MA, and now we're retracing 100%, which gives us nice confluence for a potential long. But obviously, if Bitcoin is going to come down now, you may want to maybe wait for a bounce off the 200 MA, and then let me just get this out of the way because it's annoying me. So if you may want to look for a bounce off the 200 MA, and then a retaking of this resistance or support area, and then enter again here, because obviously if you're coming in here, you're coming in below resistance. So wait for an interaction with the 200 MA, come back up, and then that might be your play once you've had a bullish signal to break out of this kind of this downtrend. So yeah, that's kind of how we should be approaching the market at the moment, but being mindful of the changes which are occurring in the market. And you know, when you see Bitcoin doing this, we've had a couple of 2 or 3 weeks of kind of bullish signals, and you have to realize that, well, can't continue forever. Bitcoin's got to have a retrace. So this might be not a great trading week for altcoins, not because Bitcoin's doing anything scary, but because we just don't necessarily have all the signals going in the right direction. And altcoins are only going to move at the moment because of Bitcoin dominance, even a little bit when Bitcoin is going up. And there's no other scenario which is going to work. So maybe a waiting game this week for setups. But that's essentially me, guys. I've done a lot of talking. Any thoughts?
Paul, there is one question from you from Lola. Maybe you want to check that.
Okay, I'm going to give you the infinity spiral. Hang on, let me just come back. Let me just stop my screen because that's just so irritating. Lola, how you doing? Oh, hi, Robert. Sorry, good to see you as well. Paul, can you talk about ZK? Oh, I've talked about HBAR, so ZK. You mentioned those setups in your altcoin video last week. Are they still in place? Well, HBAR, as we've established, is, but let me have a look at ZK. I don't think ZK is. I think I perused it this morning. I'm not sure I've even got it open. No, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so ZK wasn't the best of setups, to be honest. You know, it was a wait for a breakout of this area, which hasn't happened yet. So the trade hasn't come into play, but we're obviously drifting away from that trade premise at the moment. But of course, it's still a valid setup, you know, breaking out of this resistance level. But again, it hasn't happened yet. And we need to see that to occur. So it's a waiting game with ZK. Have it in your back pocket. Maybe label it. It's definitely not an A setup. Currently, it's a C or B. You know, let's call it a C for now, but that might change when we come above here. But no, let's call it a B. No, I'm calling it a C. I'm not sure. But as you can see, we talked about with Jannie last week, if you are umming and ahhing about a trade premise, right? And I'm thinking about if this breaks out, I'm still not convinced, right? It's a trading opportunity, but I'm not convinced at the moment because it's, you know, Bitcoin has been quite bullish and it's been helping the market a little bit over the last few weeks. And what has ZK done? Nada. It's done nothing, right? It's really struggled, right? So, you know, ZK's managed to stay above water, but I would hardly say that's a ringing endorsement for a bullish premise here. So I think having watched this price action over the last couple of few days since we posted this setup, I would be mindful that of a more bearish context because it's really struggling. But so what I would want to see to shift this into a setup again, of course we need a breakout, but I would like to see a good breakout, maybe something like that, and then come back down to here. But honestly, I'm not sure ZK is going to come into play or give us any good action over the next few days or weeks. So maybe just throw that one to one side, Lola, to be honest. But yeah, we're not quite there yet. Look, strong downtrend, not much bullish momentum. But yeah, so that's and we said just HBAR, but HBAR different scenario. We've got some support behind us. We're in a good place. Wait for Bitcoin to find its feet, and then look for an entrance. But again, because we are coming down a little bit, you may want to see a little macro signal as well, which might, if I just zoom in, right? So let's just presume Bitcoin comes down a little bit more now, and this happens, right? Okay, you're obviously not going to trade that because we've lost any context. So you just may want to just wait for that recovery, right? And then look to come in on maybe something like this if you want to. And it's very important to wait for the right signals. But remember, if you've got a question like this about the setups, just look at Bitcoin, right? What is Bitcoin doing right now? Is this supporting a long trade? No, it's not. And therefore, there's your answer essentially. But HBAR's still in play, but not just yet. Just keep an eye on it. But great question. Thanks, Lola. If you're not on Discord, get over there. And if you haven't subscribed to Holoprime X YouTube, do it.
So can I answer just on Robert's question? I will go to the trading view right now. So what I want to share with you with the British pound dollar, again, just because the levels and maybe volume profile. So for this session, as you can see, last 20 minutes, we went 20 pips down for British pound dollar. We are around 1.3280 right now, and we can go more. But what I wanted to share with you, Robert, and with others is this strategy that Aymane apply a lot with low volume profiles are very, very good, actually, just to give you additional confirmation. So as you can see, if we watch my level 1.336, you will see how this a high selling pressure here. And if we break this level, you see this low volume profile, and I'm sure if that happens somehow, we will have a strong bullish trend again. And this is something that we can use a lot of in trading. Related to this volume profiles and trading strategies is that when we find a low volume areas indicate a lack of trading interest or past acceptance at those price levels. And then we can see two things. One, rejecting. So rejecting and then bouncing away, or accelerating through them, acting like a vacuum. So this is something that I used today when I made my trade. So I would just show that moment. Look this is the volume profile. This is the volume profile. In one moment, you see the values that we have on futures market. Actually, I will go to the futures market just to see the real values to see. So I'm on the British pound futures. So if I watch the future market, I can see there is around 6-7K. We have a volume delta flow, and in one moment from this 7, 8, 5, 10, I found that we got only 4K. It's a very low volume profile. So what I have is I have a bearish candle, another bearish candle. Overall, I'm bearish, and I see a low volume profile. And I entered it in this trade because I knew that there would be a news, but I just wanted to use that moment that I have because it's a low volume profile, and I thought it will accelerate, but it was acceleration too fast. But the good thing is the trade was profitable. So these low volume profiles, when you are on the right side, when you have a right bias, can just accelerate your trade and give you really, really good next position that you can use. Another thing that I just want to share with you is I would just, for a little bit short time, I would just go and show my trades, just to see related the trades that I have holding till now. So that trades are, just to find, yes, this. So just to confirm, I hope that you will see. Yes. So at Hola Prime, I have two trades right now. That two trades are selling British pound dollar. I keep this trade from the it was the Wednesday. I still am in this trade. My stop loss is at 1.336 as I'm talking all time, and I'm very profitable right now. On the other side, I have a long-term swing trade for US dollar Swiss. A little bit I'm in loss right now, but this is the swing trade, and I believe that if we see the US dollar gain and the weak Swiss, which we can see too, this combination of the strong wing currency will boost my trade. So this is the idea when I enter this trade. And I knew it will be very, very, very complicated just because I know when I'm in swing trade and I just, broke relative strength index trend line on daily chart, usually sometimes everything be smooth, but sometimes it will be volatile couple days, and then price can start to go up. So I'm really bullish in US dollar. So if the US dollar start to be more bullish, my trade will be going profit. If it's not, I will be on the end of some kind of break even related to my trades. Now I just want to continue just a little bit to show the volume profile that it's a little bit similar with the Aymane, but I really use that a lot of as additional trigger for my trading. So right now we're on 1.375. We are very close to the Asia low. So I hope we will see some kind of reaction soon. But it's a very good setup. and I see that we are very, very close to the psychological level for US dollar index, and it's 100. So we are very close to the 100 on one side, and here we're very close to the Asia low. So what I wanted to share is that we really can use this volume profile a lot of times just to make additional confirmation. For example, euro. Look this. We have a very strong sell areas just in the moment when we today create this bearish candle. So as you can see, here is a low volume, very low volume area. And you can see right in the moment we enter in that area, how fast we started to go down. And this is I think the very, very good strategy. I know that this strategy uses a lot of people that use scalping strategies, but you can use this just to enter to the right position. Yes, of course. He's a big expert in this, and he used that all the time. And I think that the best coach related to the volume profiles is Sam, for example. He's a really good in this. But this you can use on any kind of the chart. You can use, for example, on a daily chart. You can use on a 4-hour chart, whenever chart you want. And this, the moment when you have very vice opposite, high volume areas, you can use them for targets. And this is the very, very cool stuff. And now just I listen Paul related to the Bitcoin, and I will try to use this volume strategy just to see some levels how I would trade a Bitcoin if I use low volume profiles, for example. So I will try to find the Bitcoin, just Bitcoin futures. I think this is the, just to see which is the best. Is this? Yes, it can be, but I think there is a better futures market for this. Just to change the Bitcoin futures. Yes, this is the best. This is the Bitcoin future. So on daily chart, we have right now a bearish candle. So if we watch the profiles right now, we will have very low volume profile here, which can be the next target for this bearish trade, something bearish trade. But I'm not. I believe that Bitcoin can go up more. So maybe this, when we fill this gap, after that moment we can start to go more. However, what I see right now is this relative strength index trend line that I have. So I believe while we are above, I think it's this level, it's around 88,000, for example. If we above this level, I believe that Bitcoin is in bullish mode. So this will be my bullish bearish validation point. I think if we reach this level, we will touch this trend line in that moment, and we will be somehow just above this low to high volume profile in that moment. So I believe that, of course, we can see maybe today a push upside. I don't know when it will happen, but my strategy is usually, if I am bullish for some asset, I will wait for a pullback to buy, but I will never sell and then try to buy again, because in that moment I will lose my mind. Usually I lose my mind and start to make mistakes, and I lose my bias and everything. So I like to be really clear with it and just to use that way of the trading. So I just want to share how this working out with the volume profiles.
Igor, like the way you draw, like this is the visible range. I think, like the way you draw it, is it from the high to the low? Like you use just the visible, or you use like the session volume profile?
This volume profile I use when I for this right now. I use the amount of the hours in the past. Right now, in this indicator, I set 120. And I usually use 5 days, 5 days, for example, 5 days past, history past, because in a Forex market, when I'm trading right now, we have a lot of retesting of price levels, and we oscillate around the same levels, and this is why I put a little bit wider. However, I can, for example, right now is 18 hours, and I can go here and change my volume delta profile to watch instead 120 to be 18 hours. And I will get for today's session what are the volume profiles. But as you can see, for Bitcoin, it's a little bit boring. I will just check what is for British pound dollar. As you can see, yes, we have a couple low volume profiles, but I like to put a little bit a wider history past, just because we are oscillate. Sometimes I check on the chart, because as you can see, from the April 30 till today, we are oscillating some zone for British pound dollar. And this is why I took 5 days when I analyzed the market. And this is the only reason why I'm doing that. So I know that the volume profiles that are integrated in TradingView are usually session related, and you can watch for that particular session. And it's very good for the indices, for example, to use that kind of strategy. But for Forex, I realize I need to analyze the whole picture. I need to analyze, for example, do we have some oscillation in 5 days, 4 days, 6 days, 7 days period. And then when I see that oscillation and period, then I put that in indicator. So this is the way how I'm usually work there.
Thank you.
So sorry if I talk too much to everyone.
No, it's really helpful. Like also like the way, like the volume nodes, I think this is the name, like the volume nodes or low volume nodes are really important. And you can see that when the price answer to those area, like as Igor explained, like you see some fast movements. And when the price answers to an area where there is, let's say, the point of control, or like the price tends, or the market tends to, let's say, range more, or go in to take some slow movements. And it helps a lot, like especially if you are intraday or if you are scalper and you want to be in and out. So you can start to focus on those let's say low volume nodes to take trades. And as Igor explained, like the point of control or high volume nodes, you can use them also as targets. So definitely it's help a lot. Yeah.
Yes, and there is a moment. Yes, please.
No, go on, please. Don't worry.
Say please. I didn't want nothing special.
Oh, I got nothing special either. No, it was it's I think if you look at honest, there's many ways to interpret the data for sure. Now, I mean, but when you're looking at your setups and you're looking for confluence, right? A low volume node is an additional level of confluence, right? Because if the price action hits that, it's most likely to reverse. And likewise, with the point of control, unlike traditional support and resistance levels, right? When you're dealing with liquidity and volume and all that kind of stuff, right? Depending on what asset you're trading and how the data is interpreted, it can act like a magnet. The point of control can act like a magnet, right? Just because obviously you traders markets want liquidity, and it just works that way. So there's we look at like fair value gaps and how they sometimes they're not traditional support and resistance levels, and they can be magnets to a degree to the price action. And if you have these like the fixed range volume profile, you have a fair value gap, and then you can see where they are and you see they're going to come, then it's a way to kind of predict where the price action is going to land beyond just, well, there's the most logical support, there are the most buyers, and it can add a more insightful level of confluence to your trade. So if you're looking at two trades and you've got one which has just broken below the point of control, but has a little bit of a way to go before it hits a low volume node. And you've got another trade, which is actually approaching a low volume node, is quite far away from the point of control. Then, of course, that is a potential trade in whatever direction you're thinking of. And I think, it's a strategy which sometimes people forget, or at least don't use as often as they could, because I don't know how you guys feel about what I've just said, but I find it quite helpful when I'm struggling to figure out an entrance, right? And it can either put a splash of cold water on my face and say, you know what, there's a low volume node just below, don't enter here, right? And then that's how I approach things.
Yes, I completely agree with you, Paul. And one thing that I usually see as a very valuable thing is sometimes I have a trade and I want to close that trade, and I see that I'm very near to the support if I'm selling, or to the resistance if I'm buying, and I can close, I will be in profit. And what I do usually, I check where is the point of control on the end of the day. And if I'm close at that level, I just close my trade, because I know that price will oscillate around that level because it's a point of control. And this is very good sometimes to help you to make some short-term target, or just to close your trade, not to, expect something to happen or something. So I just want to share that thing that I realized that really, if you intraday trader, a lot of times on the end of the day, you will hit your target, for example, because very often we have a lower high just at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, would you mind if I just shared that lever chart again? Because I've just found a bit of just to reiterate the point you've been making, I think, and some of the points. Is that all right, Igor? I don't mean to.
Of course, my friend.
Tell me to shut up if you need to. So look, this is we're just talking about lever, right? And I've just put the fixed range on there, right? And I mean, look, low volume node, we've just entered it, right? Nice confluence. We've got the moving average, we've got the low volume node, clear definable range here. That can help you, give you confidence to enter. So just a little bit of an example, right? Especially when you're comparing setups. I have cheated a little bit, to be honest, just for demonstration, because if I move this to the current price action, we
cannot see your screen yet.
We can't see it?
Now, yes.
Oh, you can see it. Okay. Well, as you can see here, the this lever, thank you so much. We're in a low volume node right now. Okay. We're in a low volume node right now. And this is excellent confluence with support following a breakout and with the moving average underneath. And if you're seeing another setup, which is identical, but you can't get the same sort of confluence, then this is the one you would choose, an example. So, if that's how it can be used in a variety of different ways, but it gives you an extra dimension to what you're doing. Certainly in crypto, for sure, where there's not necessarily as much data in that respect for some coins or tokens. But yeah, that's the idea. Great tip, Igor.
If I can show just quickly after you finish, Igor.
Yeah.
After you finish.
I am. Yes, I finished. Please show if you have something interesting, Aymane.
Just about the volume profile.
Yes, please. Do you have some question, or do you want to share something?
No, just sharing the session range. Like we mentioned the session range volume of the volume profile. Just to add on, because there is the visible range, because I was using a lot the volume profile when I start trading, and it's really helpful, like, because there is different, let's say.
Yes. Do you want to enter to show my charts, or you will show yours?
No, mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So this is like because in volume, like Coach Igor and Coach Paul said, like there is visible range and there is also session. If you are, let's say, trading, if you are intraday trader or scalper, it can be helpful. So you can see here, let's say, two type of color. You see this blue red and this like more, let's say, light colors. So this is, let's say, 70% of the, let's say, the 70% of the price. They call it, I think, the value area. and this is like outside the value area. So there is different ways to trade like the volume profile session. So there is, as I said, like there is the point of control. There is this is how I was trading it. I took the last, let's say, candle of those colors here, and it's called like the value area. This is the limit of the value area, and this is, let's say, this is the limit of it, and here it's outside the value area, so it's, let's say, more lighter. This is more lighter, and you can also, like, let's say, draw the low volume node. Low volume node, it's, let's say, for me, like when you are watching like the price and you are watching, let's say here, okay, we touch, so this is let's say a support. In low volume node, like the support will be created there, let's say. So when we have a low volume node, it could be a target, sorry, it could be also a target. So we could create a support there, we could go, let's say, touch it and go faster, go higher, rejects. For me, the way I was trading it is same concept I trade now, like the zone can attract or repel. So the first, let's say, first option is always the rejection, not the break, but the rejection. That's how I was trading it. Of course, maybe everyone have his different approach for it, but just about the session volume, you can trade, let's say, outside of the value area. You can trade the rejection of the point control. You can target the low volume nodes, and you can see, for example, if we go to the 30 minutes, let's say yesterday when the market opened on the NQ, we had this low volume node here, this low volume node here between here and here, and the price respected on the London session. So it's really helpful, like the volume profile, the visible range, session volume, and thank you.
Yeah, it's a good little
Yes.
look into that. I think I don't use it too much for in-depth insights, although you can do that. I just use it for confidence, but it's a very helpful tool. Do you mind if I just jump back onto HBAR, because I just feel like I want to give Lola, just to end, a slightly better answer about that trade. Is that all right, guys?
Please.
Of course.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's do it. Also, I just wanted to just mention this. This is Hyperliquid Whale Tracker for Bitcoin. Can everyone see this okay?
Yep.
Yes.
So speaking of insights, now this is not something you should ever trade off, but when Bitcoin's in a bit of a like, where are we going? You know, if you think Bitcoin could possibly launch from the level it's at, despite a better one being below, right? You can look into whale movements to give you an insight to what's happening. So early in the day, when I checked this, it was 50-50 long and short positions, right? For these pretty sizable positions. There's a 17 million short there. There's a 1,000, is that 9? Yeah, so there's a 1 million one there. So there's a lot. So, and I've seen throughout the day that the long position has, the sellers have essentially started to win, and this ratio is starting to increase, and that can give you an insight into kind of the tipping point where sellers start to take control of buyers. And obviously we're talking about a lot of setups today, and they're going to be very Bitcoin dependent. And if you're thinking of entering a long trade with Bitcoin over the next few days, and this is potentially what you want to pay attention to. And if this swings back to Bitcoin a little bit, to a long position a bit more, maybe you see the opposite. So long positions are 51 and this is 48, then that would be another signal you can use to trade off. But obviously we've talked about Bitcoin retracing. This is obviously supporting that retrace at the moment. So just to give you a little insight, I'll talk more about this tomorrow in the Bitcoin update video on Olaprime X. So just make sure you subscribe. This is just HBAR. So when we are faced with difficult, struggling to figure out the market weather, and we're thinking there might be a pivot, and especially when we've been waiting, for example, for trades to come into play, but then you look at Bitcoin and it's not quite where you want it to be. HBAR still has a bullish context for sure, but I've drawn this little pattern on. So always try and find a pattern, because drawing lines in the sand can help kind of you trade it. So There is a trade here. Obviously, there's an intraday thing. There's a very short-term trade, which would be maybe to capitalize on this move. I'm not recommending that, but some traders would take that. But if you're looking for a better entrance, for maybe a more medium-term position, maybe, you know, coming up to this area, then you've got a pattern to trade, right? And you can then watch what it does, right? And if this happens, then of course it's a no trade. But then if you see this happen, you've got a bullish signal and an entrance, simply because you drew this pattern, as opposed to trying to make sense of the price action without that pattern, which is a bit more of a difficult proposition, because it's like, well, it could bounce here or it could not. And I'm not happy with that information, right? So I need something else to trade off. So a little tip is, of course, if there is ambiguity, but you're quite confident that there's a bullish premise still for the setup, draw a pattern and make sure you've got all of the right signals in the right orders, as that can be that can help you just make sense of it, and more importantly, help you not enter a trade prematurely, which of course will always result in pain, which we don't want for our wonderful viewers.
Yeah. Sorry, Coach Paul. Like, I think two sessions ago you showed us, like, is it Luna? I forgot the name, and it went down so aggressive.
Everybody. Yeah, I've been showing that setup off for almost every day. It's a great interest. I really don't want to show it again.
Sorry.
I can assure you, it's still on the floor.
Okay.
It's definitely still on the
Still
floor,
on the floor.
as you might expect. I mean, it would have been. I mean, I think people who are not familiar with crypto find that very entertaining and interesting. I think anyone who's been in crypto for a while, it's just like you just brush it off because you see that all the time, right? But yeah, it's fine. I don't want to show it because it's just it's glorifying horrible volatility, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. But yeah, it's a great short opportunity.
So guys, this is the end of this session, if I see right. So I just want to say thank you to Robert and Lola for questions and comments. And I just want to say other traders that watch this session next time to ask questions, and we'll try to give beautiful answers. And I just want to thank you Aymane, and you Paul, for really, really great setups and a real inspiring strategies. So I wish you a great day, and I want to see you soon as we can. So
thank you very much, Coach Igor, Coach Paul. Thank you very much.
Amen. Bye
bye.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, what's up, Howard?
Hey, all good, mate. All good. Yourself?
Can you hear me okay?
I can now. Yeah, it's coming through okay now.
Oh,
You
man,
good?
awesome.
Excellent. Hope
Yes,
everybody's good out
sir.
there
Happy
as well.
Monday.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, nice weekend,
Yes.
and
Hope you guys are doing well.
back into the swing of things. Yeah. How's your day been so far?
100%. Not too bad at all. Kind of slow. I just took one trade today. It's kind of hovering at a little plus. What I'm up plus 12. Only up 8 pips on it, so not much. I mean EU shorts.
Yeah.
I'm going to share my screen here.
Go for it.
Not a bad trade at all. I know today on I think it's a London holiday or somewhere, some type of holiday somewhere.
May Day holiday, UK, I think.
Yeah, so guess I anticipated being a little bit slower today, which it was. Not much action at all today that I really had, right? It's actually not bad at all. I love this setup on the 4-hour charts, right? Because on this 4-hour time frame, what do we have here? We have my A plus setup that literally just confirmed a second ago. So I got in here lightly. Now I'm going to put my other full position on it because it actually has fully confirmed even on the 4-hour chart. So I do want to see it pull back just a little bit, so I'm not in a rush to get in. I do want to see it pull back just a little bit to about somewhere about right here, right? That's why I got and see my alert says second position. So I wanted to pull back at least to here, at least, so I can grab it, and I will actually smack this position with everything I got because this is my
Nice.
this is my A plus setup here. So I'll go ahead and break it down. You guys already know my style, right? Especially you, Howard. I'm sure you're super familiar by now.
Yep. All good.
We got this M top, break low, retest, break low again, retest, and then finish off the cycle like this, right? And as you can see, this M top or this peak top here is this right here, right? Same exact thing. So you can take this, right? Once this is actually, so in essence, this is, just want to point something out here, right? So on the actual cycle, this is the peak high, right? But here, in this actual part of the cycle, we are in level 2, so we're looking for M's, right? W off the 200, right? So this is actually where we are in the cycle, exactly here. So we're not really here, we're actually here at this point, right? So this is actually where we are because at this point, which again is here, right? Once we see that 5,200 cross, this is where we're looking for. Once that 5,200 crosses, right? Now we're looking, we know we're in level 2, and we're looking for that M structure, right? Which is literally right here. Biggest day right in your face. You almost can't even miss that. Right, so again, you got that as level 1, and then we're here in level 2. So there's no level 1. Whoops. Level 1 has actually already happened. Again, once you get this 1350 cross, level 1 looking for a bounce off the 50 EMA. Right, so once we get that, that's all set. And then here is where we're at level 2, right? Remember, level 2 is the 50-200 cross. Right, I'm looking for those MWs, the 200. Right, so as always, you can tell exactly where you are in the cycle just by following this, right? And it looks like this might not go up any further. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and grab my second position on here now, because this looks like this isn't going to go up any further. Let's take a quick look. At his core right here. Let me I want to take this off. All right, let me move this. All right, I don't know what just happened. Let me change something, because that TDI just went off, which it shouldn't have done. All right, see. All I'm trying to do is move this darn thing. Why can't I move this? Why in the world can I not move this? All right, there we go. That was a lot to move that.
Technology. Yeah, got the technology.
Sometimes it just messes around. Yeah, this looks like this is not about to go any further. And I know as soon as I get in this position, it's gonna go where I want it to, and then do it. So let's see. Like clockwork, it does this.
Yeah, I've had a bit of that today, I must admit.
Yeah, I really want this to pull up here and then go short. I don't want it to just go short now, but it looks like it's not going to give me that opportunity. So with that being said, I'm going to just take my second position here. So my stop is at 1380.
I can't. Do you know what? The chart's not come through. It looks a bit blank. The chart is kind of blank.
Let me stop sharing and share again. That's weird.
There we go. There we go.
Oh,
that's
okay.
it. No, you're good. You're good now. You're good.
Okay. Yeah, because I really want this to come up a bit. I'll be honest. I really do, because I'll get a better position. If I can get this to come up to about right here, then it'll be a 2 for 2.5. My stock will be right above all of this madness, right? So still want my stock right above all of this. I'll be like right a little over 2.5. But man, I want this to come up just a little bit. It's toying with me right now.
Terrible.
Because I know as soon as if I just get in here now, it's gonna go ahead and come back to this price. If I don't get in here now, it's not gonna come to this price.
Yeah, it's Murphy's Law, I think they say in Canada, right?
Yeah, this is insane. All right, I'll give it a few more seconds just to see. I'm already in here, right? I'm in already. Let's see what this first price is. So my first price is at 12, right? So I'm already in at 12. I won't hit it too hard. So I'm in at 12 already, and it's already at 8. So give it a little bit of time on here just to see. But either way, I guess I'll finish marking this up. This is a nice setup. Like I love when the setup looks like this. You can see we got at least a 1 for 1, almost a 1 for 2, depending on what we can get in at. But this position is literally right here. It's the last position that'll happen before we go ahead and go low and make that peak bottom. Right?
Yeah.
Or peak low, whatever you want to call it. For that peak low.
Yeah.
Right. So we're literally just waiting for this move. This will be that M off the 200 EMA. gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous on the 15-minute chart. I'm sorry, on the 1 hour chart. And then we also have this outside the band structure here. Then as you see here, it's inside the band, right? The market baseline has gone above the static. It's trying to come back down for the reload. Everything about this is nice. Every single piece about this is nice, right? And then we take all of it off. We even have our 4 hour confirmation, right? As you can see right here, a moment ago when we just got on at 1 Eastern splat, this red huge candle closed below this 13 EMA. So we even have the 4 hour confirmation on this. Everything about this setup is nice, right? So you answer all these questions. Where am I in the cycle, right? You know where you are. You're in level 2, trying to take M's off the 200, right? We have a pattern. Do we have a pattern? Absolutely we do. Let's make that M off the 200 on the 1 hour chart. Do we have higher time frame confirmation? Right? Is it below the 13 on the 4 hour chart? Absolutely it is. And then we need our entry signal, right? Which we have on this 1 hour chart, right? Price has closed below this 13 MA. We have everything we need to take this trade. So I'm already in it, as I mentioned a minute ago, but I want this to come up just a little bit for me. Please come up so I can get me a super good position on here. At least to this point right here, like bare minimum to here, right? Which is right here at this retest of this area here, right? I'll just throw my stops above all of this again. I'll have a nice, basically 70 pip stop, right? And then my TP will be all the way down here at this 200. Now, this is going to make it here today. Obviously not. I highly doubt it'll make it all the way down here today. But beautiful, beautiful, beautiful position if it does, right? And even if, let's say I didn't and I just kept it here. Oh yeah, see this might not go. All right, I can't wait any longer. This thing's about to this thing's about to end up not going, and I'll be then sit here and watch the whole thing play out. So yeah, my 70 pip stop will be at, let's do 1385 basically. Right, so let's short EU again. Put my stop at 1385 here. 1385. And then we'll just put the other half position on, whoops, which would be about right here. So short that. Boom. All right, we're in here again. And then our TP is going to be right here, which is 1165 basically. Whoops. So we'll do, oh, come on, what is this? 1165 on this position.
Oh yeah, you got, yeah, I think we've got something on the screen now. It's yeah, we can't see the chart at the moment. I think we got something. Yeah, that's it. You're good. Yeah, yeah, that's the quote, kind of quote list and positions and things.
So yeah. Okay. Guess it's going a little bit slow. So yeah, I just took this second position. I'm in at 12 and I'm in at 4 short on EU, which should be a great, great, great trade. I'm actually really happy with this, especially on a Tuesday, a Monday like this. This is going to be really good. So something else too that I really like on the 4 hour chart. So you guys see my markdown for the M off the 200 trade, right? That's just what it looks like. Now, when I always mention that my setups are fractional, right? Like you can see the same thing on all time frames, right? So we have this huge, as you can see, 1350 cross here. Once we see the 1350 cross, remember, we know we're in level 1, right? Once the 1350 crosses, we're in level 1.
Yeah. And how long are you going to hold it for? Are you overnight or?
Nah, I'll be honest. I'll probably close this at 355 no matter what. Now, if it's up pretty big, I will just move my stops to break even, and kind of that's where a little bit of discretion comes in that. And I might swing it because I am super confident that it will go to this 200, but I don't think it'll go there today. Like,
yeah.
So I might swing it. Maybe we'll see what it looks like at 355.
See how see how we go when we get towards the end there.
Right.
Yeah.
So cool. So yeah, when you see this 1350 cross, remember always the next move for me will always be, we got this rundown that doesn't touch the 200, right? This pull back to this area, which we have, and then my next expected move is to drop towards the 200. And I want to be a part of this move right here, right? That's my bread and butter. That's this move right here. And it breaks, retest this area, and drop, right? I want to be in the move when it does this right here. When it comes up and retests this same area, this is me all day. This is my bread and butter trade. every day I will take this, right? This is the same exact thing, right? Just right here. So that's the cool thing about seeing this play out on the charts and knowing when you are in a cycle, because you get to capitalize off these moves, right? So that's what my chart is telling me. My TDI, if you look at it here, at one point you see my RSI line and my signal line were both above this market baseline, which is great. So that's the type of move I want to be a part of. This is when big money's moving. This is what the pattern looks like every single time. Now, obviously, doesn't work every single time, but the math on this setup, this is my highest probability setup. I love this. I love this trade.
Yeah, so cool. I got to say I'm kind of the opposite direction on this euro dollar, but the last couple of days it's kind of it's been a bit tough, obviously, because it's tried to break higher and then it's reversed back. Like today, it happened again, kind of thing. And I was on the long side earlier today, but I lost a bit on the pullback. But it kind of compensated. I did quite well on gold and earlier, so a bit of a funny day, really. But this one is it's gone into a bit of a chop at the moment. Yeah, I'll cover it a bit later once you finish talking about this trade, kind of thing.
Nice. Okay. Sweet. So yeah, so this is my setup on EU. This was really the only one I was looking at. I'll cover GU and GJ really quickly. I've been saying for the past few sessions, I haven't been too interested in these two lately because they are not really doing what I want them to do, right? So just check this out because this is super cool, right? This is what I mean when I say everything has to agree with one another, right? So we have our funny M top here, right? Which isn't really a full M, but hey, close enough, right? Then we got this coming down, right? So the very first thing that you should notice here is we got the 1350 cross, right? And I just want to point this out. Like this is exactly what I mean when I say you got to be on point with these trades, right? So this here is obviously the peak high, right? Because you can see the M structure, funny structure over there. So that's where you are, right? Then you come in here, you see this 1350 cross. You should, oops. Come over here and you see this 1350 cross. You know, you're in level 1. Are you looking for that bounce off the 50, right? That does not happen. And when I say that bounce off the 50, what you're really looking for is the bounce off the 50 that sets up before the 5200 cross, right? Now, what's funny about this is you see the 1350 cross, and then you look, you see a bounce. This is where it's trying to bounce off the 50. But what do you have before that? You have a small 5200 cross right here. So you're no longer looking for a bounce. Once the 5200 crosses, man, this thing is acting a little funky today. Once this 5,200 crosses, like right here, you're not looking for the bounce off anymore. You're looking for the M. Once the 5,200 cross, you know you're in level 2 at this point. So you're looking for M, W's off the 200, like I always say. So this is the importance of sticking to this, right? Because had you tried to short this move, right, you would have lost. It would have came back. It wouldn't have went far at all. It would have just came down and just went back. Now, the next question will be, is this an M? Can you say an M is like this? Up, down, is that the M? No, it's not. It looks like it, right?
Yeah.
But it's not the M.
Strange M.
Yeah, that's not it. And you can tell this, you got to look down at the TDI, right? You see the market baseline went below the static. Remember, we need a reload. If you look closely, the market baseline has never gone back above this static. It's trying to do it now, right? So you need to move. You need the move to happen like this for that reload, right? If you don't have a reload, if you don't have a reload on the M's and W's off the 200, it's not going to work. Oh, I spelled reload wrong. Reload. There we go. Right? You need to have the reload with the M and W's. That's why this is not ready yet. Right? So you got the chart trying to tell you one thing, that hey, it's ready to go short, and then you got the TDI telling you something else. That's not it. And in addition to that, you can see right here we got this outside the band. That's not good at all. It's just not good. We don't want that. Right? So we need something. Not only do we need the TDI to agree, but we need an actual move, right? So we got outside the band here. The next move you want to come up to be something like this, right? And then go short. And this will be inside the band, right? So in essence, GU is not ready yet, guys. Like this was not it. So if you did take GU today, you know, just know that it was missing a piece. Because again, we got the peak high from this cross to this cross, right? Is level 2. I'm sorry, it's level 1, right? 13. Once the 1350 crosses, all the way until the 5200 cross, we have level 1. Then the next level we have is actually level 2, right? Once that crosses, we have level 2, right? So you wanted to look for a move like this, and then the last piece of the puzzle would come down and finish it on out like this, something like that, right? This is that if then scenario that you have to constantly build, so you can get a better piece, you know, of the actual puzzle here. And this is the same thing that I always draw out every single day.
Yeah, so these two have gone kind of sideways, haven't they, for a few days? They're kind of just chopping. No, nothing clear on the directional bias just yet, you know.
Not at all. And this is exactly why, once again, you got to make sure, you know where you are in a cycle. That's the peak high, 1350 cross. We're in level 1 at this point, so we're looking for a bounce. There is no bounce off the 50 until 5200 cross happens. So you're not looking for bounce anymore. You're looking for the M off the 200 going short, right? It kind of gave you a funky one, but you got to look at the TDI and know, oh, we don't have a reload just yet, so I can't take the trade just yet, right? So if you just follow the setup, follow the rules, you'll be good money. I'm gonna leave this up here just to even show this play out later, right? Like I can almost guarantee that this price will come back up here and then go down for that extra leg and then come on down. And we'll look at this Tuesday or Wednesday just to see how it all plays out. So GU, not too much on it, because again, it's not really doing anything. It needs to finish cooking, as I like to say. It still got some time on it. It needs to make this reload, which is again this market baseline going above this static 50 like this. activating those pending orders going long and then start to come down. That's what the chart of the TDI look like. And simultaneously, you'll see on the chart, price will come back up, retest this area again, probably fail to do it, and close below the 13. As long as your price is below the 13 on a 4-hour chart, you're good to go. You can take this short, right? So that knowing all of this will keep you out of a bad setup, right? And guess what? If none of that happens, Howard, guess what do? There's simply no trade.
Absolutely nothing. Yeah. If in doubt, do now, as they say in the UK.
Exactly. If you don't know, just sit in your hands. If you have to physically put one hand under each butt cheek, you sit on your hands. All right. You don't do anything. You just sit there. Trust me, to save you a lot of money.
Absolutely.
Right. So that's GU. Nothing much on there. And then GJ, we kind of already had marked up for last week as well. I want to leave this on too. Right. And it's kind of not doing anything, guys, as you can kind of see. I left this up here on purpose for everybody, right? So we got this still the same peak high right here. Right. Peak high here. We got the 1350 cross, right? So you know we're in level 1, right? Now we're still in level 1 right now for the simple fact that the 50 EMA and the 200 EMA have not crossed yet, right? So let me just delete some of this. I'll make this a little bit cleaner. Just to kind of clear the picture up a little bit. I didn't scoot it over enough time, it looks like. So now it looks a little squished together. But let's see. Cool, and I'll take this little piece off too. All right, cool. So that's not bad. All right, so again,
that one's got a bit more direction by the looks of things. Is that a bit more direction than the other two?
Yeah, it does. Now this one, as you can see, let me check this out too. Actually, this is it's not horrible, but it's not great either. It's not as bad because you can still tell that you're in level 1, right? So we got the peak high. Remember, once the 1350 cross, you're in level 2. So from, let's scoot this over. So from here to here, right? We're in level 2 right now still, right? And we're in level 2 for the simple fact that, again, the 50 and the 200 EMA have not crossed yet. But once they do, now things change, right? So once we get this 50 EMA, I can change the color on this, can I? Yeah, I think I can. Yep, so we got that 50 EMA looking like this, right? And then we got this 200 EMA, right, coming and crossing like this, right? I'm gonna make this white to make it visually a little bit more pleasing, right? So once we got these two, once they actually cross, now we know, right, that we're in level 2. Right, and then we'll be more or less looking for, again, this move here, which is the 5200 cross, right? And then from that point, guys, that's when you want to see price come make some M structure going short, right? So that's what we'd be more or less looking for on GJ. But of course, that has not happened yet. Like you can't even touch this really. If you want to take this long, I wouldn't take this long because that's just not that part of the setup. The peak has already been set in. This wants to start the cycle over. You're right here well, you're in the middle of these two right now, right? Your next move that you should be looking for is, again, for price to come on over and to touch the 200 EMA. Man, I'm having a hard time with this today. It's to touch the 200 EMA and slide on over from there. But you don't want to be able to, I'm taking all this off. There's too much going on. This hasn't crossed just yet. Now, some would beg to say, well, hey, can't you just, take this W and go back long? We don't want to take longs. This is the exact time not to take the trade, to counter trend trade going back into the P. That's not the right setup. Right? You'll end up getting caught up in this. The next best setup to do is, once again, is to wait for these two to cross. Price will come down, let it come back up, make that M structure, and then go short. Right? It'll end up doing
wait for that kind of turnaround. Yeah.
Yes. Don't try to jump in there early, prematurely. You'll get jammed up really bad. Right? And then in addition to that, obviously, we got the TDI telling us what we need to be looking for. It's below it now, but remember, we want to go short. So for it to go short, you want price to go up and capture it like that, right? With the reload in here. Right? So this is the much better move in the actual cycle. Just wait for it. Right? The only thing you need to do is be careful about this 800 EMA. Right? Because you want it to, in essence, make the move off that 800 EMA and the 200. You want price to close below this. You don't want it to close above it and then have to risk that it needs to break through that 800 EMA. You want it to just close naturally below it. Right? Put your stop right above here. TP will be at least 1-for-1. Nice, simple, easy setup. Right? But this is, again, that if-then scenario that you always got to be on the lookout for. Right?
Yeah. Looking good. I think we got a question about I don't know if you look at crude oil. I think somebody wants to look at crude oil.
Yeah,
chat.
I got crude oil out here.
Yeah, anything you see there?
Yep. So for me, crude oil would be nice and simple, right? And a simple fact that, as always, I can see this clear as day, guys. Clear as day. As always, once this 5,200 crosses on the EMA, these two cross, I know I'm in level 2. It's just as simple as that. And we need, so we got the 5,200 cross. We're in level 2. We're looking for MWs off the 200 EMA. Right now, price has not come and touched the 200 EMA since it happened. Since this cross, if you look, the 200 EMA is the white one. Price has not touched it at all. Right? So if anything, you'll be looking for some type of move like this for price to come up. Now, this could be two separate scenarios, right? Because this is already kind of low. But one scenario will be looking for it to go like this, come up and make that M structure back towards the low, right? Your stops will be above whatever that first leg is, close below here. TP could be all the way down here. This is your short, right? That's your short setup if this was to happen, right? And simultaneously, what you want to see is the market baseline come up like this and go back down, right? For what we call that reload once again. Right? So this is your short bias. If this happens like this, I would be willing to go short, but I have to look just like this. Right? So this is short. Now, if you were going long, you want to see something like this. If you look to the left here, you can already see that we have some type of W bottom already placed in. Right? You want to see price break above this, not touch the 200 EMA, come back and bounce off the 50 and then go back long, right? Probably towards this 800 EMA. And you want to take the move right here, going long. Right? This would be that break and retest. Right? So, and what will happen here is, again, throughout this, once this runs up, you'll have a 1350 cross in here somewhere. Right? So in here, you'll have your 13 and 50 EMA cross. right? And again, in this cycle, you will be looking for going for shorts. Whoops, that was kind of low. On the short side, you'll be looking for it to go something like this, right? Run up, break this area, and retest. You're looking to take the move on the long side right here. This area is the same as this area, right? Because you want it to come back after it runs. You want it to break this area, come back and retest this exact area. This is your sweet spot right here. This would make me take crude oil if this happened. I will take this long.
Okay. Yeah. Can I just show what I got on crude oil, just to give
absolutely.
a little bit of context there. 1 second. Let's just get that up. 1 second. Okay.
Let's check it out.
So should be coming through. Okay. So on this one, we've been looking at the big descending triangle, which was on the weekly chart. So it was in play for several months, and then it finally broke down, going back a few weeks. The support line came in at around 64 or so, so it broke through with quite extreme violence, and I've lost my connection. It will come back in a sec. Hang on. Yeah, it's funny. The my platform is gone a bit funny today, but my internet is good, but it's just my platform, so that's just what happens sometimes. Okay, I'll stop sharing until it comes through. Do you want to go back to your crude chart there, just to put it up, please?
Yeah. Hang on, let me.
So weekly or daily would be good. Weekly or daily, just to show that triangle breakout and retest kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just coming through. Sorry about this, guys.
Right,
just coming. Just technical issues. Okay, daily's good.
No
Daily's good if we got a daily. Okay, yeah. So yeah, if you just want to sort of show a bit more of the data, so we can see the first breakdown. Just sort of go back in time a little bit, just so we can see a bit more of the price action.
Gotcha. Is this good or a little bit further?
Yeah, a bit further back. So maybe go back to the start of the year, perhaps perhaps even a bit further back. Yeah. Okay. So essentially what we got is we had the crude oil stuck in that big range, which was that big triangle we were looking at on the weekly chart, and then obviously it broke down. If you'd like to zoom into maybe the last month or two, so it broke down quite aggressively, and then it bounced back. So it bounced back along with the where are we now? So like the recent bounce, the most recent bounce that we had
around here.
Let's see. So the bounce from so the start of this month, really, April. Last month, April. So early April, it kind of made a low, and then it bounced back up.
Yeah, about right here.
Yeah, actually, my chart's coming through now. Okay. Yeah. Let me just I'll present mine now. It's come through. Sorry for the technical issues. It happens.
Absolutely.
Okay. So there we go. Okay. So yeah. So there's the big breakdown through the support, and then the reversal day there. That was when the stock market rebounded quite aggressively, and Bitcoin, all the rest of the markets that were previously falling. So we had that kind of risk on, previously risk off, and now a kind of risk on type recovery. So we had that recovery for a couple, 2 weeks or so from the swing low, and then it topped out right at the broken support level around here. And that essentially, a typical kind of, technical break and retest type thing. And since then, having done the retest, it basically did a reversal day here, retest, and then broke down aggressively and bouncing. So what we're seeing now is we're seeing a little bit of, I guess, short covering ahead of the swing low. So it looks to me like we're going to be stuck in a little bit of a range the next week or two before we finally break down. So that's really how the thing looks to me. Okay, so that's crude.
Yeah.
Let me just go through some of the other bits and pieces here.
Yeah. I was pretty much done. I went through EU, I went through GU, through GJ. Yeah, I didn't really have much else. So yeah, you can show whatever you want, and I can finish it off again, or we can kind of do it that way.
Okay. Yeah. Should be coming through. Should be coming through. I'm just trying to share it now.
Okay.
You see it your side?
Not yet.
Right. Let's try again. It looks like
It looks like it's trying to come now. Oh, bear with us, guys. Oh, all right. Howard kind of fell off here. Just give him a second to get back on here. In the meantime, I can just go over this EU setup. Look like it's trying to come on down for us. It's kind of hanging out. Super slow day on the volume side, guys. I really didn't want to put too much on this position for this exact reason. I know it's a holiday in UK somewhere. So yeah, it's just now hovering at the exact right point. So it did come up just a bit, almost exactly to where I wanted it to come to, which is funny in itself. But yeah, we're just now getting to a drop-off point here. So let's just kind of stick with it. Remember, we're in at 12 and in at 4. So let's see what we can get going. All right. Yeah, 12 and 4 are where we're in at. So we can get this bad boy to drop a little bit further for us. That would be awesome, awesome sauce. But yeah, perfect setup, guys. Like I love these setups.
How's that looking? Is that breaking?
So I can see you coming back in here. I can't see this. I just stopped sharing. You should
That's
try
okay.
to share your screen again.
Yeah. My stuff is just coming through now, so just out and back in again. So yeah, if you just want to put yours up just for the time being, I'll be mine are coming through.
Okay, no worries. Cool. So yeah, this EU trade is just kind of hanging out, which we kind of anticipated today. Not much volume at all, right? It's just on the verge of just sitting here, like up a pip or two on the feeder positions. Nothing too major. Yeah, while we wait, let's check out some Bitcoin.
Had a bit of a pullback from the high, wasn't it? Bitcoin had a bit of a pullback.
Seemed like it. Yep. And this is exactly why, if you guys remember, I took this after waiting, I want to say 2 weeks, going back and forth with Jannie and Paul on when to take Bitcoin. I'm like, yeah, I'll take this, but I didn't want to hold it over the weekend because I've seen Bitcoin do some crazy stuff when that market opens up. So on Sunday, I don't want any parts of that. So
yeah, weekend stuff can get interesting. Weekend trading on Bitcoin can be very interesting.
It can, and I can't stomach that. I gotta let that type of stuff go. All right, so as we was mentioning before, and as I always say, guys, once you get this 5,200 cross here, right, you want to start paying attention to moves off this 200 EMA. Happened once here, right? Happened again here, right? And then it happened for a third time, which is why I was so gung ho on, hey, if this thing closes above this 50 EMA, which is right here on this candle, right? I said, I'll take this long. Then I would be I wouldn't no longer be neutral at that point. I would definitely be long. And that's exactly what happened. Didn't take much off this move at all. I think I only took like 0.3 off of this. So not a lot at all. But I watched it for 2 weeks. So I did grab a little piece off of it. In addition to that, we had some gold. All right, gold wasn't looking too bad at all either.
That was my good trade today. I did okay with gold. I bought it early. I bought it in the morning. I even recorded it. I might have to show the recording. Yeah,
nice.
That was my one good trade today.
Hey, you gotta love it. That's what it's all about. One good trade, right?
Yep.
One good trade. So yeah, for me, I can't lie. I would be, if anything, I would be neutral on gold right now, but I would be short long term. Well, not long term, but day trading it because it is right here. Would be my 5200 cross to the downside, right? So I got my 1 leg, 2 leg, right? Going back here. I got my outside the band here. I want to see another inside the band and market baseline, create that reload going short, right? Now that's my short bias, right? That's the if scenario. The then scenario would be is, as you can see, this 50 and this 200 are about to cross now, right? So we can see some type of W structure going long, right? As long as the market baseline came down, made a reload here, right? Make the ARSA reload, right? And then I would see I'll be interested in going long, right? So either way, as long as what I think I'm seeing shows up on the chart, all right? Because I'm not gonna take a trade before then. I want the market to tell me what it's doing. Until then, I'm just kind of hanging out, waiting.
Yeah, on the can I just show my gold trade from before? It's the one that makes me happy.
Yeah,
today.
for sure.
Okay, one sec. Hopefully my technology doesn't go down.
Nice.
Let's have a look. Let's see. We want to share the screen. Not that one. Not that one. We want to share that one. Okay, so present, share, boom.
Let's see. Let's check it out.
Okay, here we go. Okay, we hit. That's it. We hit play. Okay, yeah. So basically, what I had was the low from Friday. I thought that was the bottom of the correction from the all-time high. So we had the nice kind of recovery off the low, then a pullback, like almost a kind of a retest type thing, and then basing out and then back up and making new highs. So I jumped in just as it was about to break out, looking for a good move up during the session. So just kind of playing the thing out. So sort of entering long, and it starts to move up a little bit, very, very slowly. Ever so slowly, and then starts to accelerate a little bit, which is quite good. So boom, like that, and then I managed to I put my limit in at 33.10 and moved up the stop to break even, and then I kind of stopped recording it here, but basically I lowered my limit to 33.05, and then I basically got filled on that push up to 33.05. So that was kind of how the trade played out.
Nice.
So it wasn't a bad kind of sort of smash and grab from the morning.
Well, oh, whoops. Oh, I think he might have hit exit studio. But yeah, guys, if you guys got any questions, Lola, or any questions you guys want us to get to while we're here, please don't hesitate to ask. We are here to answer any of your questions, guys. Let us know. Guess Howard jump back on here in a moment. In the meantime,
back in.
I mean,
can you hear me?
Oh, you're back. Okay. Did you accidentally press leave studio?
Yeah, so that was a nice kind of
I can hear
grab
you
in the morning, but then I kind of I screwed myself up in the day because I decided to buy euro dollar, and usually they do the same kind of thing, but today was the day that they decided to decouple, so I got slapped on the I'm buying and you're selling kind of thing, and you got me today. So
funny enough, that happened once before. I forget what movie it was. I want to say, was it Gold? I think we had a similar scenario happen before.
Yeah, happens. But so today wasn't the day for breakout trades on currency, but it was for gold. It's weird how sometimes things can decouple a little bit. It's weird.
Right. Let's go over your EU. I want to see where you took it at.
Sure thing. Okay, so let's present.
That'd be pretty cool to see.
Here we go. Okay, so okay. So what I had was basically this is Friday. So Friday it was rallying quite nicely. Then we had non-farm payroll. So there was a big knee-jerk move down. Then that got reversed, and then it blasted up to new highs. And then by the close, it was back down again. So we're in this kind of real choppy, trendless phase. What I did was I got in early in the morning. I think it was around here. So basically, I was looking at this we've made a higher low above the swing low. So that's the end of the whole correction, in my opinion, or at least it could well be, but the way it's going, it may have a crack at it. But for me, I figured that was the end of the correction, and that this was a higher low within a new kind of bullish phase. So what I did was I bought in around here with a stop underneath this low initially. So then it went up again, it made a new high, and then I raised the stop up, and then it's since reversed, and I cut myself out as it was breaking down. So I took a small loss on this long position. So I got in here, and I think I exited it around I think 113.20 or so. So it's a bit of a small loss on the long position. But yeah, a bit of a frustrating day, I think, for me on the currency side, because it looked quite promising. Especially with this breakout here, but it didn't take out Friday's high, reversed, and then here we are. We're looking quite weak at the moment. So you're looking quite good at the moment, I must say.
Yeah, I think we'll see what it ends up doing.
Yeah. I mean, I think if it doesn't break this low tonight and starts going higher again tomorrow, then I'll probably go and buy it again, because I think if this low can hold, if and only if, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to, but if it does, and we find ourselves, we come in tomorrow, we find ourselves at 1330 or 1340, then I'm going to be coming in buying again. So that's just the way I operate, I think. Because what I've got on this the bigger picture here is obviously we've got this kind of developing bullish trend on the euro on the long-term chart. So there's the major low back in October 22. There's the first leg up within this uptrend or developing uptrend. Then we had this kind of ABC correction against it, which made a higher low. And then we had this recent acceleration, which busted through to new highs for the uptrend. So for me, this is we're in a kind of a bullish sequence. And on this is these are obviously weekly candles. So the week before last, we had the kind of reversal week after 3 very strong green candles there. So three good ones, which broke through this major resistance level. And then 2 weeks ago, we got that kind of push higher, but no follow through. So they took profits and it came back down. Last week, we saw a slight extension of that pullback, but no aggression on the move lower, at least not yet. So last week I think last week was the opportunity really for this thing. If you were bearish, that this thing should have really broken down aggressively. But it didn't do it. It made a new low, yeah. It made a lower high, it made a lower low, and even made a marginal lower close as well. So it's a bearish kind of configuration last week. But for me, no thrust to the downside. There's no real, I mean, the thrust may come this week, we don't know. But last week it didn't happen. And we found ourselves back inside the previous week's range, which is never a good sign. I don't think if you're selling a break and then you close back inside that range, it's not a good look or not a good feel. But early days yet during this week. I mean, we're only the first day in, so we may see another attempt at extending this correction. So that may be what happens. But structure-wise, for me, we are still this for me is a confirmed breakout. This is not kind of a fake out type thing. This is kind of, there's the swing high, massive amount of people that are short below this line. There's a lot of people that are bearish and short below this line, and these are the people I think that will be stopping it from going down very far because they're covering losing positions. So I think, like the crude oil thing we looked at the other way round, I think this is the same kind of thing. This is a retest after a confirmed breakout on a weekly chart. So that's really why my stance has been for quite some time bullish on euro dollar, despite the fact that we go up, we come back down on the intraday stuff or the daily charts. But for me, eventually this thing I think is going to be doing something similar to what we saw before. 1, 2, 3 weeks higher. I think that's where the risk is going to be. So I think if you are shorting this thing, and you're in a good spot, I wouldn't be holding it too long. That's the thing. My worry is if I was short, that we could come in, tomorrow and find ourselves, 100 points higher because there's been a move in Asia. Something's come out in Asia. So. But that's just me. If we're in a bull market, I expect the surprises to be bullish. That's what I worry about.
So my TP is 1165. Where is that at on your chart? 1165.
Okay, we're down here. So let's see that horizontal line, price line 1165. Okay, so you're looking for quite a deep correction, yeah. So you're looking for the thing to come all the way back down here. Okay, yeah. I mean, for me, I'm not expecting
a nice support area too.
Yeah. Let me see. So I mean, you've got you're not a million miles away from this second level here. I'm sure if we look on the daily chart, there's probably something there as well. Let's see. So on the daily,
man, the daily look even better for shorts to me.
Yeah. Well, we've got this previous swing high at 1146, so that might be the strong level. If it does break down, that looks like a good place for maybe to take some profits if you get down there. So see how we do.
Nice.
So yeah, a bull trend, but we're in a kind of a corrective downside phase at the moment. And I guess the question is, how far does it go? Has it stopped already, or does it go a bit further? That's I think that's the question from a short-term trading perspective. So that's that one. Cable sterling dollar. So this one is obviously we again structure-wise, going back to 2022, we're in a bullish sequence, a bull market basically. But on a shorter term basis, the bull market seems to be having a bit of trouble around the swing high. Okay, so boom, two very strong up weeks. Then this week it went up, eased back down, and again next week went up, again same thing, eased back down. So we got this kind of tweezer top on the candlesticks, which should be bearish if you're taking it in isolation, or if you're using it even in combination with this this resistance level. So that seems to be providing a bit of a block on the upside for the time being. So I guess the question in the short term is, what does it do? If you think it may ease back, some people are looking for a very deep correction, back into this zone here. I'm kind of the camp where I think this is a shallow correction, probably a bit like some of these ones that we see, where the market does a little bit of a couple of weeks, it goes down for a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, and then we see a resumption of the trend. So I think maybe we're just sort of stuck for a week or two. We go sideways, maybe slightly down, before the buyers come back in again. But I think this pullback is correcting this leg higher. So from here to here, not this whole thing. I think if it were correcting the whole thing, then we could be coming back down here. But for me, my view is that that's the first leg up of this bull market. There's the pullback, and this is part of the second leg of this trend higher. So kind of in Elliott wave terms, you have 1, 2, and this is 1, 2 of a much larger sequence to the upside. So that's why I think this is just going to be, very sideways, slightly down perhaps in the short term, but eventually I think the buyers will come back in, and we'll see new highs for this trend. So that's that one. On to dollar yen. So dollar yen we have on the weekly chart. I think we're doing this topping process where we had a big bull market going way back to 2011. And it got overextended here above this old swing high, and now it looks to me like we're forming a top on this on the weekly chart. So here's the kind of you might want to call it a double top. You might want to call it some kind of convoluted head and shoulders, or whatever you want to whatever you think it looks like.
Right.
Yeah, it's in the eye of the beholder when it comes to these patterns. But for me, this is the first leg down in a bear market. That is the retest, or kind of the correction of that first leg down. Failed here, and then it gravitates all the way back down to this support level here, which also happens to be this support level here in the previous bull market. So there's massive support down here, which is why the thing probably based after this big decline. There's a bit like sterling. If you turn it upside down, it's kind of basing at quite an important level on the chart. So and I think it's only natural after this kind of 1, 2, 3 big weeks down, 1, 2, 3 red weeks, and then again the 4th week it tries to go lower, but this support is just too strong for the time being, and people start to take profits on this this move. So we had that bullish reversal candlestick there, engulfing, and then last week we saw an attempt at recovery, but that recovery attempt has stalled just below, just below broken support here, which is kind of typical bear market action. Just have a little swig. That's better. So there's the swing. That's the correction. There's the next swing. This is the correction of this swing, I believe. Same with sterling. So what we're doing is we're correcting that 3-4 week decline. So I think we top out below this point, which is 146.5. The high so far is just below 146. So I think ultimately we're going to be chopping and then curling over, and then eventually breaking through this support, and away we go, acceleration time.
Nice.
I think that's what we're doing. We're building a major top, which is turning the long-term trend from up to down, I believe. So that's really where I am on dollar yen. Just looking at the daily, kind of zooming into that situation. So there's that first leg down. There's the kind of ABC correction for wave 2, and then we've broken down again. So I think that this is kind of wave 1, wave 2, and this is all part of wave 3, a big wave 3, which takes you much lower. Within the Elliott wave cycle, wave 3 is very rarely the shortest wave. It's very rarely the short. It's usually the longest wave, actually. because that's where the major trend
Oh,
really
wow.
kicks in. So for me, that would be a case of at least going as big as this first wave down. So the distance traveled from here to here from this point, but I think it's going to be longer than that. So that's kind of where I stand on that. From the low, I think we've had an A, B, and a C, which completes the correction on Friday. And today we tried to break lower, but no real momentum at this point. Although we have broken through the high of this kind of first leg up, which is an overlap in Elliott wave terms. And when you get an overlap, the likelihood is this is ABC rather than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which takes you up here. So I think that's the end of the correction. But I'd like to see it kind of settle back underneath this high. And today we're trying to do it, but we're seeing a little bit of a bit like because obviously with euro, dollar, and sterling, they're kind of struggling to do their kind of moves higher. So that kind of ties in with this struggling to do moves lower. But I think this is kind of, you've made the corrective high on Friday, and then maybe we're coming again tomorrow. We see this thing start to break down again, because these things rarely happen in a straight line. You know, they take time to actually do their thing. And you get these kind of, it's funny with currencies, I found, is that, I don't know if it happens in some of the other asset classes so much, but certainly in currencies, you get an attempted move during the day, and then you get people take profits at the end of the day, and it looks like the market's reversed. Then you come in the next day and you find that in Asia, in the Asian session, that they've continued that move. And it's almost like you're kind of like, if you're a European or North American based trader, you're not allowed to take part in these moves. You know, it feels that way sometimes, unless you're going to hold the thing beyond the day.
Right.
So it's like, no, we're not going to let you enjoy this move, because, you know, something bad could happen overnight.
Yeah, like you should be sleeping.
Yeah. So we'll do the move while you're sleeping. Anyway, so we'll see what happens. I think in the the Asian session tomorrow, and then the early European session tomorrow. But yeah, I think the trend is down, and I think that Friday's high was the end of the correction. But again, confirmation will come once we start breaking lower, 143 and below, I suppose. So that's the three majors there. Onto dollar Swiss. Not one everybody looks at, but I like it because I live in Switzerland. Just like you like the peso, right? You like the Mexican peso.
Exactly. I'll check it out for sure.
So I like to look at the peso sometimes as well. I've got a bit of a view on it. So but this one, I don't know why my lines have moved, but still, where are we now? Let's see. Yeah. So this one was stuck in quite a big range for well over a year. The major trend has always been, well, not always been, but for a very, very long time, the major trend has been down. So this sideways pattern is, for me, is a bearish consolidation pattern. So like a rectangle or whatever you want to call it. So just sideways in a range. And then again, it broke down a few weeks back quite aggressively through the support and closed below it. And then the next week it closed below it, and the week after it closed below it, and last week, guess what? It closed below it. So the market appears to be happy at these lower levels. That's typical. Break, settlement below. It's finding a new equilibrium level, in my opinion. So I think this is, unless it turns out to be some kind of major false breakout, but I think for me, I'm going to go with the current trend rather than anticipate a failure. So yeah, we had.
That never works out well.
Sorry.
That never works out well. Trying to anticipate
no.
It never works out well.
Yeah. Oh, it's a false break. It's a false break. Well, yeah. until it's not, So again, as with the other ones we just looked at, we had that big aggressive dollar selling over that 3-week period. And that obviously took this one below these key levels, and we settled below. We got that bullish reversal week like we got on the other ones, dollar yen, for example. So a bit of short covering there. And the thing is, the short covering stopped right at the broken support. And last week, again, they tried to take it higher, and again, it stopped at the broken support. So we've got a lot of people trapped above these levels, a lot of buyers that are trapped long and wrong, as they say.
Right.
So again, I'm seeing this as a shallow correction, a bit like this one. So the market swings, a couple of weeks tries to go the other way, no real aggression, and then the buyers come back in. Same here, swing, little correction, couple of weeks, and then the sellers come back in. I think it's going to be one of these kind of things. So a little temporary bounce, not something that takes you back up here, I don't think. I think we may have already seen the end of the correction 2 weeks ago, because it's at the broken support. That may be the end of the correction. So again, I'd be looking for the sellers to step in. Maybe last week's low would be a trigger for selling on a multi-week basis, which comes in at 81.95. So we get to 81.95. For me, that would be a great trigger for the next leg down. So that's Swissy. Aussie and CAD we'll do next when they come through, with a bit of luck. Here we go. So Aussie CAD and Kiwi, they've kind of decoupled a little bit from euro dollar, sterling dollar, and dollar yen. Back in the day, they'd often do very similar things, but they decoupled for quite a while. So what we had was when the euro dollar and sterling dollar and dollar yen were making their moves, these markets weren't really going in the same direction. They kind of, almost begrudgingly moved higher. And eventually we had this kind of breakdown, boom. So I think this kind of attempt at moving higher, no real aggression. There's no venom in there. And eventually we got the kind of big shakeout and then the reversal the next week. That for me is a major low. That is a major low in my opinion. We've got the support there, which kind of held on the first attempt, and we've got that big level back down there. So for me, this is like around here is like bargain basement for the Aussie dollar against the US dollar. I don't know what you're thinking in terms of, I know you look at the Aussie against the euro and the sterling and stuff like that. I don't know whether it's an Aussie situation or whether it's just part of my dollar story, which I'm very negative on the US dollar. Have you seen anything particularly on the Aussie, do you think?
So I was looking at that last week, but I took AUD CHF. But on the Aussie dollar, for me, yeah, this is just now kind of breaking out of that range that it's been in for like, man, how long is this? Man, since it looks like since April 21st for like 2 weeks nearly. And even before that, at April 14th, kind of been in that same little area for quite some time. It looked like it just now broke out of it on Friday.
Yeah, on the day on the daily, yeah. So that same thing was basically the market seeing that big flush out and then a V-shaped reversal all the way back up, and now we're kind of settling. We settled around the recent highs, and now it's starting to break through.
Right.
So for me, the Aussie against the US is looking pretty good. It looks like a major bottom is in place here, and I think it should go higher. So that's Aussie. Onto the CAD. So US dollar CAD. So that one. So dollar CAD. This is on the big chart. It was stuck in this massive range for a long period of time. Then it broke up, and then it made a high, reversed quite sharply, retested, and then came on back and then turned the trend down. Now, interestingly enough, if you go back a bit further on this chart, we've got major highs here. And that, I must admit, that's something I wasn't really watching at the time. I wasn't really focused on these levels, but that I think is the reason why this market rejected quite sharply from here. This is real overvaluation for the dollar against the Canadian dollar, US dollar against the CAD. So big selling in this region on the long-term chart. And now we are back underneath this resistance level. What was a resistance level? And in technical theory says that once resistance is broken, it should become support, but this has not really become support in my opinion. A little bit like that dollar Swiss thing where we saw the market break through the level and settle there for a few weeks. That's what's happened here.
Right.
Yeah, this should have been support. You know, if I were looking at the chart back here, I would have said, okay, well, we're seeing a bit of a correction, but there's major support coming in from these highs. So it came down and it tried to base on this week. See that long lower shadow? So it went down and the buyers came in. I think they were looking at this line and it came all the way back up and it's like, yes, this is it. We've made the low for the market. And then next week, boom, down we go. So I think there's a lot of disappointed buyers in this market that are stuck above this line. You know, I think they're long and wrong above this line. So yeah, for me, we're in a bear market now. Swing, correction, swing, sideways, correction. I'm going thirsty again. And again, I think we are just literally correcting this move down, and then we should start to, you know, break lower. I think over the next few weeks. Big support comes in down here, 34.20, but we're at 38.20 right now. So there's quite a lot of downside scope, I think. So that's dollar CAD, and yeah, gold. We were talking about gold, weren't we? Because I got the gold this morning. I was quite happy with that. It's weird how I was looking for this thing to base out in this zone, which it did. So it obviously bull market, big break higher, reversal day on this day, 22nd of April, and then that kind of put the lid on the market. So it went sideways, bounce, and then eventually it broke through. But buyers did come in this zone ahead of this high, ahead of the swing high. So that's the kind of support congestion. So it broke in, bounced back off of the low, then didn't do a whole lot on Friday. It made an inside session on Friday, and today, obviously, as it was breaking higher, that was my rationale for going long today. That I was looking for it to base in this region, and as we started to break through the top of Friday's high, that for me was the trigger for the buy, basically. I think what we've done is, in Elliott wave terms, we've done A, B, and C, a 3-wave corrective pattern, and 3-wave corrective patterns go against the trend. So if you're using Elliott wave, you should be the idea is to wait for completion of an ABC move, and once you've seen the end of an ABC move, then that's when you take action. So that was really the rationale behind that trade, and it worked out very well on gold, but it didn't work out very well on the euro.
Right.
The euro, it's like no, we're not gonna join that rally. No, not today. Maybe tomorrow. Not today.
Right.
Or maybe it's because you're short. You know, that's the reason.
You never know.
We can't go up until you've made your money.
Yes. I think that might be what it is.
I think so.
Say, wait, Mike's
so
short? We gotta hang on. Let him get his money first. Then we can.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So that's gold. You looked at Bitcoin. We looked at crude oil. Stock markets. So I know a lot of people look at the NASDAQ, especially this time of the evening. So stock markets for me, I'm not sure about how you think, but stock markets for me, since that reversal and the kind of the pullback, it's been quite constructive. I think what did it for me was this bullish reversal week here. I mean, the pullback actually based out at this old high, which was quite a good place for it to base out. So we had the kind of the initial thrust there. Then we had an inside week, which wasn't very powerful to the downside. So kind of a bit, very corrective looking. And then it broke down again. But by the end of this week, we've gone all the way back through the top of the range. We've made a bullish outside week. And that's usually quite positive. bullish
Yeah.
outside or engulfing, a bit like this one here, maybe like this one, although this one is more powerful, I think, because it took out last week's low. So it took out last week's low, and then it took out last week's high. So that is a really powerful signal when the market does an outside pattern, because it shows you that anybody that sold it on that week is not looking too good, not feeling too good. And then obviously last week we got follow through buying. So it looks like it's kind of in a nice kind of bullish stepping higher motion. So I wouldn't want to be selling into the stock market unless I were doing it on an intraday basis. I think multi-day, I think it looks to be quite constructive. Momentum is there. Any thoughts yourself, Mike, on the stock market?
Yeah, I mean it's still kind of getting out of this little funny place. It's hard to tell if it's long or short. I really don't even. I look at it every day. I was just the first 3 that I look at, but the past few days have just been really like the past week have been in this weird place where it's like, all right, it looks like it wants to go long, but it's not really setting up properly. It's kind of hard to tell. It's slowly just grinding higher.
Yeah, that's the thing with the stock market. It does that, doesn't it? It falls very quickly and it rises very slowly, and you think, oh, there's no momentum. It's going to turn, and it just, oh no, we go up again. Yeah, we go up again.
Yeah.
It's funny
especially when you come back to it, like after a while, it's like, man, this thing is up again. It's insane.
Yeah, you come back in a couple of weeks and it's up here, and you think, how did it get there without me buying it?
Right.
So, but yeah, slowly and surely, I think it's like this was quite an important day by the looks of things, where it ramped up and it went sideways for a couple of days, just no momentum anywhere. Then it tried to break down, make a top, and then by the end, again, it's an outside pattern, but on a daily chart. So it's actually a bullish outside day. So it breaks through yesterday's low, breaks through yesterday's high in the same session. So that's like boom. That's institutional buying, I think.
Right.
So the buyers are in control, and the pullbacks are shallow. Up we go again. Pullback shallow. Up we go again. I'm quite positive on the stock market. Hey, we'll see. That's just me. That's the NASDAQ. What else is there? S&P 500. I guess it's a similar kind of idea.
Yeah, they all look the same. S&P, Dow, NAS.
Yeah,
they all look the same.
Yeah. There's that level again. That same thing. So that's the high before the 2022 bear market. So that's the 2022 bear market there. Well, I call it a bear market, but it's not a bear market. It's just a correction. I love all this terminology. People, if the market goes down like 10% or 20% or something, it's a bear market. But every single decline since the dawn of time has been reversed. Every one of them. So I don't like to call them bear markets. I think just a correction within the long-term bull market. So there's the last swing, there's the correction, and it bases out at the previous high, and then here we go. The buyers are back in the game. And again, sort of more shorter term. So there's the flush out, nice reversal, inside week, where it tries to go down, it stops. But again, this is the killer for the bears. The outside week breaks through last week's low, breaks through last week's high, and that's it. That's the retest done. The buyers are in control. So yeah, stock markets look pretty constructive to me. How's your euro doing? I've not looked at it last 20 minutes or so.
It's kind of just sitting here still in the same spot. Yeah, it's literally just sitting in the same spot.
Yeah. Well, now it's taken out my long. It's it's like, oh, okay. Well, now we've taken him out. We're gonna, we'll just go nowhere for a bit.
This thing is just sitting
holding
here.
down.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, I don't expect it to go up too much once again, especially once it breaks this area here.
Yeah.
Right. Like once it actually breaks this, it should fall off from there. Like once it breaks this area here, theoretically, it should, structure wise, it should go ahead and break on down from there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I can't move my stops to break even until it gets around here.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
So,
I'd say well, you know what I feel about this one, but I've got to be patient. I've got to sit on my hands again. I can't buy it until until I see something more solid on the base. So that's your trade for now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it definitely needs to break below this area for it to just be totally like, all right, this is short.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's looking good. Again, I love the way this 4-hour chart looks. This is like super ideal for me.
Yeah.
All right. Like when I see this setup, I'm all over this. Like I'm literally betting on this when I see this setup.
Yeah.
Because it wants to go to this 200 EMA, and I want to be on it when it does. In essence.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's great. No, just stay with it. You've got a clear plan.
Yep. As soon as I get that in there, this bad boy is technically supposed to go. Right. Now, of course, it could just be like, aha, we got you, Mike. Right. And do something like this and come back. But if it does that, guess what? I'm already at break even. Right. So I still won't lose on the setup.
Right. Good. Cool.
I
don't know if anybody out there's got any questions on anything. We looked at crude oil. I'm not sure if anyone's got any questions on anything we've not covered yet.
Yep, anything at all? We'll jump off in a second here, guys. Yeah, we looked at pretty much everything. I know EA was my trade of the week last week.
Yeah.
Freaking gorgy. Right. So I'm expecting EA to look just like, actually, funny enough, that was an extra setup, a setup within a setup. So I always say, once the M is in place, right? So you got 1350 cross, and this is exactly what I'm expecting EU to do, right? 5200 cross. You got this leg up, down, leg up, drop, right? And what happens next? It retests this area and drops, right?
Yeah.
Like it's funny because I can't make this stuff up. This shows up on the chart all on its own.
Yeah.
On its own. It comes down, comes back and retests this and drops again. If this isn't the pattern that I draw all the time, I mean, I don't know what is. All right, this is that. The same exact thing. Set up here, set up here, right after the M. So this is my trade of the week last week. I smashed this trade. Now, I will admit, I didn't grab this second one because I don't like how close it was to the 800 EMA. Like this is a very short move at that point. But sure enough, it continued to go lower anyway.
Yeah, so it looks like it. So it looks like it is the Australian dollar then that's doing the because that doesn't look like euro dollar quite as much. So maybe it is the Australian dollar that's coming through as a strong currency because it's holding up very well against
this was
interesting because against the US the US dollar it's holding up very good. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Right, same exact move. Move. So yeah, we'll see how this plays on out. But yeah, that is pretty much it for me today. Not too much. Hopefully we get some action going on because I know again today is the holiday, so kind of got some slower markets. But let's hope we get some action in here tomorrow.
Cool. Okay, I think we're pretty close now. So
yeah.
if there's no other questions.
Yeah, we don't got anything else. That's pretty much it, guys. Thanks for joining. Thanks for the questions. As always, if you guys have any questions, let us know. You can book us in the Discord as well, guys. If you got any, want to get some questions answered one-on-one, we're here to help. Just let us know.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, hey, Howard, as always, man, it's always cool hanging out with you.
You too. You too. See you soon, and everybody have a good evening, and catch up with you all very soon.
All right, guys.
Take care.
Take it easy.